All eyes are now on President Uhuru Kenyatta to see if he will act on his pledge to push aside government officials brought before court in graft cases, as the 28 suspects of the grand heist of dam billions are expected to be arraigned this morning. Cabinet Secretary for the National Treasury, Henry Rotich, and his Principal Secretary, Kamau Thuge, former East Africa Community PS, Susan Koech, and 25 others spent the night in police custody in various police stations following surrenders and arrests on Monday. Many now say the Treasury is too important a docket to be run by someone in and out of court, and therefore the need to name a new CS and PS, at least in the interim. NTV Today discusses the way forward this morning. Hello, my name is Edmond Nyabola here at the Nation's Center, and we are also monitoring this situation closely to see if the suspects will be arraigned at Milimani Law Courts this morning as well. We have our reporters and correspondents in different locations in the capital and of course across the country to have a look at some of the reactions and the follow-ups on this story. Just some pictures I'd like to show you right now. Those are live pictures from the Milimani Law Court, where we expect the suspects to be arraigned this morning at least by order of the DPP from yesterday, and we expect them to be brought there and to be arraigned at least this morning to begin answering to those charges, at least in the interim. And the reason why many people are now thinking that President Uhuru Kenyatta should actually name a new CS or PS, at least in the interim, to run the affairs of the National Treasury. They say it is a very important docket to just be left, or at least be run by someone who's going to be in and out of court a lot of the time over the dam scam that we are talking about right now. So a lot to talk about this morning. As regards this issue, the arrests, of course, happening yesterday, and the DPP making a very tough statement early yesterday before the arrests. And then after that, we did see a bit of activity across the country, really, in Nairobi, Tharaka Nithi, in Eldoret, where the Kerio Valley Development Authority officials were also arrested and taken in following this issue. So those are live pictures of the Supreme Court, actually, where the governors are supposed to be heading to begin the hearing of the advisory opinion that they sought within the Supreme Court as a result of that stalemate between the National Assembly and the Senate over the division of a revenue bill. So those are live pictures from the Supreme Court, where the governors are. I believe they've actually gone there. They were at a Nairobi hotel just gathering and doing a march sort of to the Supreme Court. And those are the pictures from the Supreme Court, where we expect the hearings to begin on that advisory opinion sought by the governors as regards the issue of the division of revenue, the stalemate between the National Assembly and the Senate, which has dragged on, which, by the way, the National Assembly has now published an amended bill for that with 316 billion shillings. The governors and the senators say they are still not going to take that. They are only talking about 335 billion shillings. And we will be following that as well, alongside this issue of the arrests from yesterday in the dam billions. And so a lot to do this morning to talk about as well. But first, let's go to Nakuru County, where our reporter Bridget Ngana is. Good morning, Bridget. What's happening in Nakuru this morning?
Well, Edmond, it's in the wake of the earth-shattering revelations by the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions. We've seen him name a list of prominent persons in government, the Treasury Cabinet Secretary being among the people who have been indicted at the moment to be involved in corrupt deals as far as the Kimwarer and Arol dams are concerned. But the residents of Nakuru are waking up to react to these revelations. What do they think the corruption has had on the impact of the life of the common mwananchi? So I'm going to speak with them right now. Na karibu sana kwenye NTV. Usema majina yako, na sasa umesikia kuwa kuna baadhi ya watu kwenye serikali ambao wamesemekana kuhusika katika ufisadi. Ufisadi imeathiri aje maisha yako kama mwananchi?
Ufisadi, ya kwanza, mimi naitwa Richard Orina. Ufisadi umekuwa kama kidonda zugu zaidi katika maisha yetu ya kila siku. Sababu hata ukijaribu kuangalia, viwanda nyingi sana zimefungwa kwa sababu ya ufisadi. Okay, ni sawa, Hudin Haji mzuri kwa kazi yako, na that's a very good step. Lakini je, is it a serious business? All is about a game. It's all about seek and hide and seek game. Because tumeona watu wengi wanafikwa ndani, baada ya kufika ndani tena kesho kutwa ndio hawa wametoka nje. For example, angalia mambo na NYS. Je, hayo mambo yalienda wapi? Tafadhalini serikali, if it means it's all about fighting corruption, please you should mean business. Avoid blackmailing us, sisi common wananchi. Bear in mind ya kwamba machozi yetu sisi wananchi wa kawaida hayataenda chini bure. We are really crying for you people, and above all, God is watching you. Yes.
So ungependekeza nini ifanyike?
Let it be a serious business. Lakini isije ikawe tu ni mchezo wa kuigiza, sababu tumeizoea for long. Si mara ya kwanza, ndiposa ninarudia na kusema ya kwamba let it be serious business. Yeah,
how has corruption affected your life as a common mwananchi? You do run a small business. How is it affecting your life?
For one, I as a small business person, ni kwamba imeniadhiri hasa zaidi mambo na uchumi. Usije ukatarajie mimi nikafanye vizuri zaidi katika biashara kama wananchi nikiwa mmoja wao wenyewe hawapati fedha, ama wao wenyewe pia biashara yao iendelee vizuri. Kwa hivyo katika biashara lazima kukuwe na chain, iwe ya kwamba hata yule ndugu ama yule dada yake inaenda vizuri. Kama yake haiendi vizuri, definitely yangu pia iwezi enda vizuri, kwa sababu wakubwa mabwenyenye wamekula pesa zile za wananchi wa kawaida. Ndio sababu hata biashara haiwezi kaendelea vizuri ikiwa. Yes.
Kwa sasa hali ya biashara iko vipi na utaipika kwa njia gani?
Okay, ya kwamba it is by the grace of God, na pia biashara kuimarika, ninarudia kusema ya kwamba unless serikali imaanishe inachosema, ndipo mambo yote yapate kufanya nini? Kubadilika. Yes.
Asante sana.
Thank you
so much. So, karibu sana. Tutasema ufisadi inaathiri aje maisha yako kama Mkenya? Utasema ni majina yako.
Majina yangu kamili naitwa Lucas Erigo. Kwa kweli ufisadi umetuathiri sana kama mimi mmoja wapo kwa Wakenya. Kwa vile hii ufisadi inachangia mambo mengi, na ile pesa yenye ingekuwa tunatumia kwa kweli huwa tunaiweka. Kwa hiyo ufisadi ukikatwa taksi yako iende mahali alafu inarudi inaingia kwa mifuko ya watu, hiyo wakati mwingi huwa tunapata hasara sana. Hata sisi kama wananchi tunadhika sana na tunauma. Kwa kweli kitendo ya jana vile tuliona, tulifurahia sana, mimi nikiwa mmoja wapo. Tuliona kweli mambo sasa ndio inaendelea. Nurdini Haji naweza sema nipongeze sana na congratulations. Endelea hivyo hivyo. Juu sasa naona ile kitu tunaita fish kubwa, ile samaki kubwa zimeanza kuonekana. Hata leo hivyo asubuhi niliona nikiwa kwa NTV, asubuhi nikiangalia NTV, niliona vile watu wanaojua ukweli vile mambo iliendelea. Hiyo mjadala ndio ilikuwa kwa TV. Hata sijaiona hiyo idara farm na idara dam, niliona leo asubuhi. Nikashangaa. Hakuna kitu inaendelea. Leo tulionyeshwa vizuri. Hakuna kitu inaendelea, na ni kitu imemaliza over 5 years. Hata nilishangaa miaka 5 na kitu haijaanza hata kuanza. Hata foundation, hata nyumba ukitaka kujenga unaanza na foundation. At least unaona kitu inaendelea. Thanks a lot. Napendekeza kwa kweli, hata naweza pongeza president wetu na vile walianza hivi kitu. Naona sasa Kenya itakuwa Kenya. Na nimeshangaa kuona Kenya sisi kumbe ni matajiri sana. Ile pesa imeingia kwa mifuko ya watu ni pesa mingi sana. Hiyo ingesaidia mwananchi, at least hata kila kitu ingekuwa free. Hata nafurahia vile free education ilikuja ndio. Sasa hizi ingekuwa watoto wanasoma free mpaka university. Juu pesa ni mingi, lakini hiyo pesa yote inaingia kwa mifuko ya watu. Tunaomba tu serikali iendelee kufanya hivyo hivyo, na vile hao watu wameshikwa isikuwe ati ni mchezo, mtu anashikwa ati kesho unakuta ametoka. Hata jana nilishangaa nikasema okay, ingawa hata kama ameshikwa, watu wengi walikuwa wanasema hata kama ameshikwa au hiyo atatoka, juu atatumia zile pesa na watoke hao watu. Lakini nilifurahia kuona bado wako ndani, watafunguliwa mashtaka, wafanye hiyo kesi. Tunasema asante sana kwa yote.
Karibu sana kwenye NTV. Tunazungumzia kuhusu ufisadi, ambayo sasa umeona kuwa mkuu wa mashtaka ya umma amesema kuwa kuna watu ambao wameweza kushikwa wakubwa. Wewe unahisi vipi? Ufisadi imeathiri aje maisha yako kama Mkenya kawaida?
Ufisadi imetuathiri kusema ukweli, kwa vile sasa unaona pesa ya umma inapotea. Na tangu huyo Nurdin Haji aingie, mambo iko sawa. Mambo iko sawa hata kama tuwezi kukubali. Lakini ukweli wa maneno ni kwamba wananchi wanaona kuna vita inaendelea dhidi ya ufisadi. Hiyo ndio ukweli wa maneno.
Wewe umeridhika?
Mimi nimeridhika kama Mkenya. Nimeridhika kabisa. Yes.
Na ungependekeza nini, kwa sababu sasa unasema kuna watu wanasema ndio wameshikwa, lakini utaona kwa watatumia zile fedha ambazo waliiba kwa ufisadi ndio wajitoe tena kwenye mtego ambao wako sai.
Okay, unajua ile kitu ambayo iko kama mtu tuseme kwa wakati alikuwa amehojiwa ya kwanza. Wakati alikuwa amehojiwa ya kwanza hatukuwa na dhibiti, lakini after Kireko Tubiko tukusafiri pale ndiye arudi. Kweli tuliona hatua imechukuliwa. Hata kama watatumia hizo pesa, sisi kile kitu tunaomba tu ni kwamba ukweli wa maneno ni kwamba hiyo bill hiyo ama hizo nini tuseme bill ambayo watu wanapewa wawachane na mambo ya bill. Wachana hiyo mambo ya bill, watu wanapewa bill, mtu akisapelekwa kotini. Wacha mtu kwanza aingie ndani kidogo. Yeah.
Okay, sawa.
Yeah.
Tukimalizia tu kwa ufupi tu, wewe unahisi vipi kuhusu ufisadi na imeathiri aje maisha yako, na unaona kwa watu wakuu kwenye serikali wanashikwa? Umefurahia?
Sijafurahia.
Jina yako?
Majina yangu naitwa Francis Kagesha. Ninaishi hapa Kipanga. Mambo ya ufisadi tuseme tumesikia vibaya sana, kwa sababu hawa watu wanashikwa, wanapelekwa kotini, baada ya siku 3 wanaachiliwa. Unaona? Tunaambiwa kesi iko pending. Sasa sisi hakuna kitu tumesaidika naye. Sasa kile tungetaka watu wenye wanashikwa, juu hiyo pesa ni mingi sana. Kwanza kabla hajapelekwa kotini, hizo pesa irudishwe. Unaona, ikirudishwa alafu sasa wapelekwe wapelekwe kotini, wastakiwe na wizi.
Sasa unataka pesa zirudishwe kwanza?
Pesa kwanza hizo wameiba, hizo ndizo tunataka warudishe. Yes. Thank you.
So from the streets of Nakuru, Edmond, the feeling is that the move by the Director of Public Prosecutions was in the right direction. There is a feeling that something is being done about corruption, but they still feel that the legal system is not in the favor of the common man, because they believe that those who have been indicted might use the monies that they have plundered from the public coffers to get their freedom or buy their freedom in a sense. So also the eyes are on the judiciary or the corridors of justice to see that justice is served for the common mananchi. Edmond.
Thank you so much, Bridget Ngana, live from Nakuru County. Kenyans, they are agitated by the revelations from yesterday and, of course, the arrest, and they want some action at least, and a lot of them asking how that money will be recovered, if at all, even as we continue with the court processes in that. Let's cross over to Mombasa County now, where Kevin Mutai is this morning. Kevin, good morning. What are the people of Mombasa saying this morning about the graft allegations at the National Treasury?
Thank you so much, Edmond. It is a chilly morning here in Mombasa, but remember the ongoings happening at Milimani Law Courts. It is an emotive issue that, of course, every citizen of this republic has a concern about, considering that there's billions of shillings involved. This is in concern or in connection to the Kimared and Aror Dam, where the investigative agencies indicated that the country could have lost at least 21 billion shillings into the alleged construction of the two dams in Elgeyo Marakwet. Remember, the arrests came yesterday immediately after the DPP Nurdin Haji ordered. But here we see for the first time the Cabinet Secretary, that is CS Treasury Henry Rotich, becoming one of the key government officials to be charged on corruption allegations. But there will be so many things that perhaps Kenyans would want to know following the developing story happening in courts. But let me quickly bring in residents of Mombasa to just give us their input on what they're expecting, if at all the progress of investigation and the fight against graft is finally bearing fruit, and if at all they would want to see more of this happening. Kwanza kabisa, anza kwa majina, waitwa nani, halafu tueleze hii kesi ya ufisadi na kukamatwa kwa baadhi ya maafisa wakuu serikalini hiyo jana, mwelekeo wake ni upi, na kama unaridhishwa na hatua ambayo inaendelezwa na serikali hivi sasa.
Habari yako? Ngojeni. Mimi naongea kuhusu Rotich. Leo imepatikana kama iko corruption kwa ofisi yake. Mimi nauliza hivi, hawa wabunge wetu au hawa waziri wetu kazi yao ni nini? Au kazi yao ni kupora tu aende zake? Kwa maana juzi tulisikia kama nani yule mkubwa sijui naitwa nani, Ruto anemwambia Ruto ameiba. Leo hii tunasikia Rotich ameiba, kwa maana yote ni corruption. Mimi nasema hivi sasa, hapa Kenya tunafanyia corruption au tunafanyia wananchi? Kwa maana tumechoka na hao watu. Ikiwa Rotich amefanya blanda kwa ofisi yake, yeye ndio mkubwa. Hii pesa imeenda kivipi? Samo pesa sio wati nini. Lakini mimi nasema hivi, kama mwananchi, kama Mkenya, Rotich kuanzia leo afungwe au atoke kwa ofisi yake, akae kando na afungwe. Kama president yenyewe nasema mtu ambaye amepatikana na makosa ya uwizi wa pesa akae kando. Kwa nini serikali afanye kazi yake? Kama ameshindwa kufanya kazi yao, wao pia watoke waende zao. Kwa maana hakuna kazi kutoka 1964 mpaka leo, hakuna minister au MP hajafungwa. Wajaamini watafanya nini? Hao wanataka wananchi aondoke, aingie barabara, ati sisi hatutaki. Hata mimi pia nina mbunge wetu, na mimi pia nina governor, nina MCA, nina nini. Ni huyu MCA akiiba, unasikia tu kama ameenda, kesho unaona yeye barabarani. Kwa nini? Hao yeye iko na pesa, sisi hatuna pesa. Pesa ni pesa tu. Lakini mimi nasema hivi, Rotich atoke ofisini, aende kotini na awache ofisi yake kabisa. Ndio wananchi takubali kama serikali tafanya kazi. Wale ambao iko chini ya Uhuru Kenyatta, Uhuru mwenyewe ameongea. Kwa nini wao wafanyi kazi yao? Kwa nini? Hao nyinyi mnakubali? Nyinyi mmekubali? Awache nini? Ofisi. Aende wapi? Nyumbani.
Sawa, asante. Haya, acha nizungumze nawe pia. Tupe maoni yako kuhusu yanayojiri kuhusu vita dhidi ya ufisadi.
Asante sana. Kwanza kwa majina naitwa Alvin na mimi ni mkazi wa Mombasa. Kulingana na haya matukio ambayo tumeyaona yametokea kuanzia jana, maana jana ndio hiyo statement imetolewa na DPP. Tunafurahi kwa sababu tunaona serikali kwanza inafanya jambo la muhimu sana, inaanza kupigana na ufisadi. Kuna steps ambazo serikali inafanya, sisi wenyewe wakazi tunafurahi. Lakini kitu cha muhimu zaidi ni kwamba unajua Kenya yetu hii kumetokea na shida fulani kwamba kuna watu wako na zile ofisi zao, wameketi sana katika zile ofisi. Sasa wanajiona zile ofisi ni zao na hawataki kutoka katika zile ofisi. Sasa ile kitu sisi tunasema kama wakazi wa Mombasa ni kwamba kama Rotich amepatikana na hatia yoyote kwamba amekula pesa ama ametoa zabuni hizo ambazo alikuwa anatakana atoe na hazikwenda kufanya ile kazi ambayo alitoka afanye, yatakana a step aside, atoke katika hiyo ofisi ili uchunguzi ufanywe, na akipatikana na hatia atashtakiwa. Kama ana hatia atashtakiwa, kwa sababu lazima tufuate constitution ya Kenya vile inasema kwamba you are innocent until proven guilty. Sasa na ile ofisi ambayo Rotich ameshikilia ni ofisi kubwa sana, ni ofisi ambayo ina deal na mambo ya pesa. Inatakana atoke katika hiyo ofisi, a step aside, uchunguzi ufanyike. Kama yuko innocent ataachiliwa, kama yuko guilty atafungwa. Lakini so far nimefurahi, DPP anafanya kazi nzuri sana, tunampongeza sana, aendelee hivyo hivyo. Tena tutaki aende hapo paka, aende paka zile ofisi zile za juu kabisa, zile za juu kabisa ndio tunataka afike huko. Asitaki watu wafungwe. Wakenya tumechoka na hii shida ya Kenya ambayo inatupata sasa, tumechoka kabisa sisi. Ni punda amechoka hapa, ni punda amefanya nini jamani? Punda amechoka na hata amelala kabisa, huyu punda afai kabisa. Sasa lakini mimi nashukuru sana ile kitu ambayo imefanyika. President endelee hivyo hivyo, Raila endelee hivyo hivyo, na hiyo kuunganisha Wakenya wote, tunaelekea pale pazuri. Sisi kama Wakenya tunafurahi. Ni hayo tu.
Na msonge hapa karibu. Hapa tuna idara tofauti serikalini. Kuna ofisi ya DPP, kuna ofisi ya DCI, yule George Kinoti. Tuliona maafisa hao wawili wakaenda kule nchini Italia kukamilisha uchunguzi wao kuhusu hili swala zima la mabwawa ya Kimwarer na Aror kule Elgeyo Marakwet. Je, unaamini kwamba kama idara hizi mbili zimetekeleza wajibu wake, kuna idara ya mahakama ambayo sasa ni ya mwisho, wale washukiwa watafikishwa pale mahakamani kuweza kujibu mashtaka dhidi yao? Je, una imani kwamba mahakama itatekeleza wajibu wake?
Mwanzo, kwa majina ni Alphonse Maundu, mkaaji wa hapa Mombasa. Kulingana na hii issue ya kuwa uchunguzi ulifanyika kuhusu Rotich na mambo ya mabwawa, tuliona mwanzo Rotich pale nyuma alipoenda kurecord statement kule kwa DCI hakushikwa kwa wakati ule, manake halikuwa hana hatia. Walionekana mwanzo kuna vitu vilikuwa vichunguzwe, ndio ikipatikana kuna ukweli aweze kushikwa. Sasa vile sasa amekamatwa, sisi tunaamini kuwa zile idara zenye zilikuwa zinafanya huyu uchunguzi zimekuwa na ushahidi wa kuwa huyu alihusika kwa upande mmoja ama mwingine. Sasa chenye tuko nacho kwa sasa hivi ni kuwa tunataka kuangalia kwa ndani yani vile tutakuwa na confidence na judiciary sasa. Manake sasa huyu mtu kutoka hapo ataingia mikononi mwa majudges na wenye watakuwa na mhukumu. Tunataka tuone kuwa haki pale ikitendeka, kama alihusika awekwe ndani. Kama atakuwa alihusika na ushahidi upo lakini hajawekwa ndani, yani hajafungwa, hatua haijachukuliwa baada ya kuwa kuna ushahidi fulani, wa Kenya tutakuwa hatuna imani kabisa na judiciary ya Kenya. Na kulingana na vile sisi wa Kenya, unajua saa zingine sisi ubadilika, unajua kuna wakati tulikanyangia mambo ya Safaricom. Baada ya kuona mambo inaenda hivi, kuna vitu vingine tukikosa imani navyo tunaweza chukua hatua pia nyingine.
Haya, sawa. Haya, tuchukue mtu mwingine hapa haraka. Hebu hapa tunaona zaidi ya maafisa 20 kwa hakika ni maafisa 20 na akiwemo Waziri Rotich. Kuna maafisa wengine vilevile kutoka idara tofauti serikalini wakiwa wanasimamia, wamepewa jukumu la kusimamia hizi idara. Je, una imani kwamba serikali imeanza vita dhidi ya ufisadi kikamilifu, ama ni mbinu tu za kujaribu kudanganya Wakenya kisha walegeze kamba?
Asante sana. Mimi kwa jina naitwa Andrew Chuma Mzoka, nakaa Changama, ni mkaaji wa Mombasa. Kulingana vile hao watu wamefanya na uchunguzi umefanywa, wamefanya vizuri na ninashukuru sana, na tena tunawapongeza sana kwa kazi yao, manake wanaendelea na kazi mzuri, na ikiwa wataendelea hivi Kenya itakuwa mzuri na itakuwa mahali pengine, si pale. Kulingana vile rais alisema mwenyewe, alisema kila mtu akipatikana na makosa ofisi aache kwanza, akae kando na uchunguzi ufanywe, akipatikana na hatia afungwe na aache kazi. Lakini kitu inashangaza ni kitu kimoja, kuna wengine hata wamefanya makosa wanaendelea kotini na bado wako kwa ofisi yao, sijui ndio wako na nini. Sasa kama itaendelea namna hii, ndio itakuwa hata hatuna imani na mahakama. Lakini vizuri vile wao wachunguzi wanafanya na DCI na DPP wanafanya kazi yao ni mzuri, lakini udhaifu kidogo ndio tuangalie unatokezea wapi. Maana kulingana vile rais alisema kila mtu atabeba mzigo wake mwenyewe. Haiwezi kwenda wachukue Rotich na hawana uchunguzi. Wanajua wao wenyewe, wanajua vile alifanya na wanajua kweli alifanya makosa. Kwa mfano, tuko na baba katika boma. Baba anajua vile watoto wake wamefanya kwa siku. Hawezi kukaa na boma na ujui boma yake inaendelea vipi. Kwa hivyo ajibu mashtaka na akipatikana hatia afungwe kama yule Mkenya wa kawaida. Hake tukiangalia Kenya vile imeenda vibaya. Kila mtu anaiba, huyu anaiba. Sasa hii Kenya yule mtu wa chini atapata nini? Na atakuwa anaelekea wapi? Mwelekeo wake utakuwa umepotea. Na wao ndio tunawaangalia. Kwa hivyo serikali ifanye vile iwezavyo, wao watu wafungwe, tupate imani na tupate njia mzuri mwafaka. Maana tukifuata mambo ya rais yeye mwenyewe amesema wazi na amejitoa na ako radhi kupigana na ufisadi. Lakini kuna watu hapa naona labda ndio wanamtatiza.
Lakini sasa tunapoangalia jinsi mambo yanavyoendelea, iwapo Rotich atafikishwa mahakamani, yuko pale na mkurugenzi mkuu katika wizara yake kama Uthuge, kumaanisha kwamba wizara hiyo ya fedha itasalia bila wakuu wanaosimamia, kumaanisha kwamba rasilimali za taifa hili kwa wakati mmoja au nyingine pia watu wataona kwamba kuna utata. Ni jukumu la Rais Uhuru Kenyatta kuweza kumtoa mtu mwingine wa kuweza kushikilia na ofisi hiyo. Je, kama wewe Mkenya una imani kwamba atakayewekwa pale si mfisadi na atatunza mali ya umma?
Hapo ni asante sana. Manake Uhuru mwenyewe alisema kuna vijana wengi wamesoma na wanaweza kufanya hizo kazi. Kuchukua mtu mwingine waweke pale ni sawa, na yule mtu ataangaliwa pia. Manake huyu akiona huyu hajafungwa pia naye ataiba. Lakini huyu akifanyiwa kitu, kama akipatikana makosa akifungwa, watajua pale kuna kiboko na mtu ataogopa. Maana mtoto bila kumpiga kiboko, hata Biblia inasema shika kiboko kwa mkono wako, upige mtoto, ndio anajua ni mkosa. Maana ukimtendekezea atakuwa si mtoto tena na atakuwa hawezi kuogopa. Mtu akifungwa pale kama wale wa kwanza wamefungwa, hao wengine watafanya kazi vizuri. Maana Kenya tuna watu wengi wanataka kazi na wanaweza kufanya kazi kwa ukamilifu, lakini si waizi. Akipatikana kosa afungwe, mtu mwingine achukuliwe aweke kwa kazi, lakini si ati atafungwa kwa sababu ameonewa ama siasa, mpaka achunguzwe, aonekane, mahakama ione ana makosa.
Haya, wa mwisho kabisa, hebu njoo hapa tupe maoni yako kuhusu vita dhidi ya ufisadi unavyoendelea humo nchini, hasa tunazungumzia ujenzi ama sakata ya ujenzi wa mabwawa ya Kimaror na Aror kule Elgeyo Marakwet. Kuna maafisa wakuu serikalini ambao wametiwa mbaroni. Je, una lipi la kutueleza kuhusiana na swala hilo?
Kwa majina naitwa Julius Msioki, na mimi nafurahi sana kuhusu hii vita ya ufisadi. Kulingana na rais wetu amejitolea kuangamiza ufisadi, lakini kuna watu wanampinga hapa. Wa kwanza nikimlaumu mwenzake huyu Samuel William Ruto.
Tusitaje majina tafadhali.
Huyu mdogo wake huyu. Kwa nini kuna vita dhidi ya ufisadi? Kuna pesa imeibiwa, na yeye anasisitiza kwamba hakuna pesa imeibiwa. Hiyo kitu inapunja wananchi wa Kenya kama sisi roho sana, kwa sababu kuna ushahidi wa kwamba pesa zimeporwa hapo. Kuna watu wametumwa kule kwenda
Asante. Well, those are just a few sentiments that we've managed to gather. Remember, this is an emotive issue that, of course, Kenyans would want to talk more about. It's a discussion that perhaps my colleagues and everyone across the country will be delving deeper. But there are also other concerns. Kenyans are looking up to President Uhuru Kenyatta to see who he is going to appoint to take charge of that particular ministry, that is the Ministry of Treasury. Ivatol Rotich and his accounting officer, that is Kamau Thuge, will be brought before court, and if at all they'll leave the office, then of course the president, it will be upon the prerogative of the president to appoint who will take charge, because I understand that before another CS would the process involving the appointment of another CS to fully take charge of that particular docket will take a bit of time, and of course that means someone must step in to run the operations within the government. But of course, remember, this is a fight against graft that Kenyans, the president himself, has been on the forefront. We've also had his deputy calling for the judicial service, the judicial system, and all other key stakeholders within government involved in investigation to conduct a thorough investigation and come with conclusive findings and evidence that will perhaps lead to prosecution of those believed to have been involved in scandals that have led to loss of public funds. But on this specific one, 21 billion shillings believed to have been lost in the construction of Kimwarer and Aror Dam in Elgeyo Marakwet. Definitely it is something that Kenyans want to see those responsible for the loss of public money brought behind bars to serve just as an example to others who are thinking perhaps if they are placed to work in certain offices, they can perhaps use their powers to swindle the public money. But of course, it is something that we will be following here in Mombasa. We'll be visiting different places to gather views from different residents here in the coast region, and we will be giving those updates to our viewers in other parts of the country. But now, Edmond, let me hand it over back to you so that you can continue gathering news items from across the country.
Thank you so much, Kevin Mutai, live from Mombasa County, talking to Kenyans about what they think about this whole issue of the arrests and the war on graft. So many of them angered, and of course, the anger is of course palpable among Kenyans. As you can see there, they want action. They want this money, if it is found out that it was actually lost, to be recovered and to be used to the aid of Kenyans at least. Now let's steer away from that and go to the Supreme Court here in Nairobi, where the Supreme Court, actually the bench, is began the hearings for the Division of Revenue stalemate petitioned by the governors, of course, as a result of the stalemate between the Senate and the National Assembly. The judge is there, Kamotho Waiganjo, speaking. Nice to see that he's actually back to work. And he's speaking there, I believe, on behalf of one of the sides in this petition, really, to as they seek.
But it's a crisis that requires resolution of the third arm of government, because the other arms of government have been unable to resolve. It's unfortunate, but that is the situation we find ourselves in. And even if we are given time, I can almost guarantee that we'll come back here and say we've been unable, because we have been on this path for the last 3 months. Thank you, my Lord.
Perhaps, my Lord, with your indulgence, I can correct one impression which has been created to the public to believe that the counties are deprived of funds. My Lord, a situation like this, and as you have correctly pointed out, was anticipated when the Public Finance Management Act was being enacted. And my Lord, when you retire, you can look at our response. Specifically, paragraph 56. We have clearly indicated that the Public Finance Management Act authorizes access by all the county governments of up to 50% of the amount equivalent to what they had budgeted for the last financial year, as this situation is being resolved. My Lord, it is in the law, and I think the Council of Governors have proper legal advice. My Lord, you will also note that this is not the last time a situation like this have arisen. In the year 2014, the Division of Revenue Bill was enacted and ascended to in September. My Lord, that is a fact, which the Council of Governors can confirm. So, my Lord, it's not that we are in a crisis. We are here because, my Lord, I think even the law anticipates that a situation which is almost covered by politics could reach here, and they have an opportunity to explore what the law provides, so that the governor should not mislead the public that they have closed offices. The law allows them to access up to 50%, and I'm sure the last financial year, which was 2017-2018, all the county governments had a budget which they can access 50%. My Lord, it is the law. So I think that impression going to the public that the politics or the disagreement between the Senate and the National Assembly is crippling operations in the counties is not correct, my Lord. Thank you.
With your permission, my Lord, Mr. Abdikadir would wish to indicate, but before he does so, my Lord, there is no politics in the reference I have filed. They are pure legal issues. My learned friend is being very simplistic. We are not playing politics. We have better forums. We are only coming here for pure principles of law.
My Lord Chief Justice, my learned friend is wrong both on fact and on law. In fact, the counties have no money to go on. And in law, they cannot until the DORA is sorted out. Each level of government must know what its share is before it can then budget for that share. That comes through the Division of Revenue Act. So long as that's not lawfully done, then the counties cannot budget for that. Number two, my Lord, for the benefit of your brothers and sisters in the Supreme Court, it is part of the design of the Constitution that when these two levels of government conflict, then the third branch of government that has the business of arbitrating comes in and does arbitrate between these two levels. So it is really the constitutional duty of the Supreme Court to come in. In any event, there are structural issues that are best served by the Supreme Court in clarifying on these issues. There is a slippery slope of the National Assembly, knowing that the national government can go ahead and function while the counties are attached because of the erroneous view that the national government and the National Assembly and the executive on their own can do the budgeting, contrary to what the law was set by the Constitution and by this. So it's really very critical that the Supreme Court comes in and comes in very urgently on this matter. It's really the duty of the Supreme Court. And it's not appropriate for minority front to mislead the court. Most obliged.
Maybe you misunderstood me. I didn't say that we don't want to come. We want to give the parties an opportunity so that if you can resolve the matter, much the better. And if you were not here last week,
yes, sir.
I said, look, we are dealing with the two institutions.
That's true.
With or without this kind of petition, are still going to work together.
Indeed, indeed. My Lord, would be very happy if these two institutions were able to work together.
Yes, you are going to work. To work together.
Indeed.
The two houses of Parliament are, as it were, married to each other. They can't separate that.
Most obliged, my Lord.
And my view from last week, which is the view of the other judges of the Supreme Court, is that if you can find an amicable resolution of the matter, it will be better for everybody.
Indeed, my Lord.
Yes.
Indeed,
so,
my Lord.
I mean, we are ready, even if you say, if we were to come to a conclusion that there is no point of even adjourning this matter beyond tomorrow, we are ready to go on even tomorrow.
Most obliged, madam.
It's only that I said we try to give you time.
The proceedings from the Supreme Court where Chief Justice David Muranga and the rest of the bench are hearing that petition by the governors seeking an advisory opinion over the division of a revenue bill between the Senate and the National Assembly, a stalemate that has actually dragged on for quite a while, and the counties are worried that if not resolved in good time, they might not have money to operate, at least in the first half of the new financial year for that. Let's get back to our discussion of the day, and it is graft brewed at the National Treasury. I have two guests in studio, still expecting two more. To my left is Joy Mdivo, who is a political analyst. Karibu sana.
Asante.
So much to talk about today.
Yes, plenty.
And Gabriel Muduma is also a political analyst. Is here with us today, this morning, to talk about the events of yesterday and what we expect will happen from today going on forward. First of all, let me start with you, Joy, the lady in the room. How did you receive what happened yesterday? What was your reaction at first?
It was sensational. When I looked at it, I said, okay, fine. At least we are seeing more quote-unquote high-level arrests.
Yes.
I would have preferred that the statement from the DPP had a little bit more insight as to who's being charged with what. Because then you'd have a better handle on whether or not this is just a circus or whether it is actually something that can stick.
Yeah, okay.
Because if you look at it critically, when you're trying to fight corruption, yes, if you're going to charge, it's like what our Kenyan policemen do. If somebody breaks into your house, the first guy they arrest is the watchman. Right. Does he have your goods? No. Does he know where they went? Sometimes no. Sometimes yes, but mostly no. Yes. But they just arrest the watchman. The matter goes to court, and after all, he has to be released, because if he's being charged with theft of your goods, he will be found not guilty because there's not enough to stick. So if we're looking at the charges, and the charges are merely holding charges or nuisance value charges, then it's a little bit more of what we've had before.
Okay.
It's a circus. Like we were saying over the break, ni kupakwa mafuta na chupa, na huku nyuma ya chupa. So somebody thinks that they're oiling you, but the oil is inside the bottle, it's not doing anything for you.
So what you're saying is some of these guys who were arrested yesterday might not be culpable, is it?
No. All I'm saying is I would rather have seen the charge sheets so that I know whether what you're saying CS Rotich is guilty of, is it something that he's capable of being guilty of?
Okay.
For example. So is he only just guilty because he opened the gates and the money left?
Okay.
If that is it, then that's something he's capable to be guilty of. But is he being charged with something that, if you look at it, I hope they've done their homework? Because let me put this in context. I was listening to Press Pass last night, and there's something Macharia Gadho said that I've said here also before. We've seen headlines splashing, all this money that has purportedly been stolen, but the charge sheet comes out and they're being charged for an amount that's so much less. Still you're wondering, what was the headline about? You were talking about X billion. By the time we go to court, it's X million. By the time it's coming to, it's no case to answer after 2 years. So I'm hoping it's not that. That it's just some ramsaters to get people out of office, to trigger a reshuffle. That's the bit I'm afraid of.
All right. Before we talk to you, Gabriel, let's go to the Milimani Law Courts, where we expect the suspects to be arraigned this morning. And Leila Mohammed is there for us. Leila, any activity at Milimani this morning?
Well, just a few minutes ago, there was a battery of journalists outside, and they were all waiting to enter into the common hall where most of the corruption cases are heard here at the Milimani Law Courts. That crowd has just walked in, which means the ball has already been set rolling for the courts to begin their session today. The 24-hour rule still stands, Edmond. The fact that he was arrested 24 hours ago means he has to be brought into court today. Whether he will take plea or not, that will depend on if the prosecution is ready. As we have seen in other cases before, the prosecution has come out and say they need more time to complete their investigations. But according to the DPP yesterday, they have sufficient evidence to charge the PS, the CS, the other individuals in connection with what they term as 63 billion shillings of unaccounted for money belonging to me and you, Edmond. And this will be happening very soon in the next few minutes as we prepare to go into the hall and hear how the proceedings will be. It could be just a mention, it could be him taking plea, or it we could see lawyers from both sides of the divide presenting their cases. So it could go either way, Edmond. But as it's now, he was in the building as early as 8 in the morning, having spent the night at Muthaiga police station. Him, as well as other individuals who were arrested alongside with him, were scattered across various police stations. They will be presented in court this morning, and maybe they could answer charges of corruption allegations in connection to the dam scandal, which now, according to the DPP, is no longer 21 billion Kenya shillings, but 63, which is unaccounted for, Edmond.
Thank you so much, Leila Mohammed, live from the Supreme Court, where we expect at least some of the suspects to be arraigned this morning. Leila is there for us, and we will be monitoring that to see if there's any activity, at least this morning, from there. Let's come back to our panel. We've just been joined again by one man, David Osiany. You're late, so you go last. I'm asking. I'm asking our panelists.
He's a big guy. The guy who gets here latest is my friend. So on the day he comes early, the world has to know that I taught him right. So he's getting to me. But then I'm sorry to the viewers. I'm glad I'm here.
So Gabriel, we were talking about the reactions from yesterday, right? So big headline. True. CS, we are finally going for what the former EACC chair called Big Fish, right? What was your reaction to this yesterday, at least?
Honestly, and I don't want to downplay the fact that, you know, the word that you've used, the big fish, you know, and probably maybe heading for the bigger fish, you never know. But honestly, I've learned how to go over the excitement of arrest nowadays. And I'm not saying this, again, to downplay the fact that the DCI and the DPP have taken the war on corruption very personally.
Yes.
But, you know, up until very recent, you've just heard when you're doing the clips across the country in several counties, Kenyans have really started, you know.
Been there, done that.
Yeah, we've seen it all. You know, we are still talking about the likes of Ojamong, we're still talking about the former Nyandarua, you know, Governor Mr. Mwangi. These people were brought into courts with a lot of razzmatazz, but what happened? They are still, you know, walking around and gallivanting across this great nation of ours. So the question is this case, does it have the prima facie, does it have all, like Wakili is saying, does it have all the bits and pieces to ensure that we get convictions? By the way, Edmond, up until we start seeing people serving serious time in our prisons, like what Kenyans are saying, it will just be another soap opera. Okay. We need, I mean, and I can see, you know, people have been talking about personalizing their own corruption. I'm glad the president has done that. I'm glad the DCI and again the DPP, everybody who has been talking about corruption, they've actually been putting their best foot forward. But then again, we are heading to the judiciary. The same judiciary where the DCI, not the DCI, but the Chief Justice at one point told us, you know, his people are quite corrupt. He's been fighting a lot of corrupt elements in the judiciary. We just saw the other day, Hayamba, Brian, you know, resigning because of some anticipatory bail that he did, you know, in Kiambu.
Yes.
And then being reinstated.
Need I say more? We are talking about a DCJ from the same judiciary who's, you know, circumventing the avenues of corruption. Yes. So where are we heading? I go back to where, you know, Wakili Joy, you know, started by saying, do we have all the ducks in a row? Or are we just taking people up there for excitement? And before you know,
okay. All right. The pessimism, of course, is informed by, you know, some historical background
of course.
And all of that. Do you share in that, David, at least from where you see this?
I am an Afro-optimist. I'm optimistic that Africa can conquer corruption someday. It looks too big, too far, but I think it's doable. Singapore was not different when Lee Kuan Yew took up Singapore to fix it. It was just as corrupt as it gets. He was determined to fix it. He fixed it. The judicial system was determined to fix it. They fixed it. 200 years ago, the UK, which now will teach us about governance and all that, was just as crazily corrupt. When you go to the US, even today, Wall Street is full of the corrupt. And corruption is full both in government and in the private sector. I remember attending the corruption conference at Bomas, and it was made very clear that the crisis we have, you know, the most corrupt people are in the private sector. They have the biggest, you know, they bribe in the largest sums of money.
But I want to laud the DPP for being bold enough. Before we even get to prosecuting this case perfectly and whether he took care of all the things he needs to take care of as a lawyer to ensure that he has a competent case, I'm telling you without equivocation that the element of deterrence is as big as it gets too. To some extent, they will be able to get people fearing. Not because that eventually they will go to jail, but possibly because of the shame they have to bear. You know, some of these people have had illustrious and distinguished careers, you know, as civil servants of amazing repute. To now live at the height of their careers, just almost retiring, like the Kamau Thuges and even Rotich himself, because you were corrupt, it waters down that reputation immensely. So the deterrence that comes with this is first a win. Then secondly, I hope that they're able to prosecute this case in court with such distinction, so that there are no loops and so that we are able to pick, even lawyers are able to see if they are let go by the judiciary, who was bribed. You know, everyone is able to tell, as a competent lawyer, they are able to tell, and George Kithi will tell us, they are able to look straight and say, hapa kumechezewa mchezo. Here the judge ate, and he has decided to look the other side and has decided to be very bold about looking the other side. It does not matter. But the win in this fight against graft is that someone dared to start it. That's why I said President Uhuru Kenyatta needs to be lauded as the first president who saw the problem of what we have for what it is and decided something ought to be done. That major step, you know, could not be taken by previous presidents and previous leaders. He was bold enough. Now, whether or not you will come with stories of, oh, his family is in it, or capital cronism, name it, whatever it is, that he was bold enough and got people who would look at, who would share his vision in this fight. Their competence may be questioned by others. Some may say that the DPP has always rushed to court and the cases he's put before court have been, you know, have not been watertight. But the determination to see this through has been immense. And no cabinet secretary in this country has been arrested. They've been compelled to step aside, taken to court. None has slept in jail. It is a lesson for our children and our children's children. This is the beginning. I hope that in the long run, the people who are culpable are able to go through the judicial process, that we will have honest judicial officers who have the interest of country at heart, who will also execute these cases with such honesty, who will share the vision for a Kenya that is ridded of corruption. Then we will see these people jailed. Yes. And then we will move to the next cadre of leaders and tell them, you may take time or you may hide in the safety of office, but finally it catches up.
All right. Thank you so much, David. Also joining us this morning is George Kithi, an advocate of the High Court. Thank you so much for coming. And earlier we were talking about the pessimism among Kenyans. We did hear from them earlier on the show, and some of them talking about, oh, we've seen this in the past, the people get arrested, they are taken to court, the next day we know they are free and stuff like that, and the money is gone anyway, not recovered. And some of the charges, and I'm sure you have had a chance to look at the statement by the DPP yesterday, some of the offenses that he's talking about, conspiracy to defraud, you know, willful failure to comply with applicable procedures, engaging in a project without prior planning, all right, offenses that have to do with the Financial Malfeasance and Economic Crimes Act and all those things. Do you think they merit the arrests and the subsequent prosecution that we are looking at?
Yes, I think what must be understood is the historical implication of this, right from, you know, the inception of and the birth of the country to where we are. The relationship of those that are ruled and the rulers will always be that of servant and a master. However, there's a transitional element in governance, especially in democracies. The infancy stage, where then those that come into power, unless goodwill prevails, the aspiration of the nation ordinarily is marred by the fact that there's that foresight of getting into power for personal gain, and that is probably a period that we've lived with up to now. Then it comes a time when things settle down and crystallize, so that the hegemony of the society crystallizes into aspirations that are directed at goals.
Yes.
For instance, how Kenya changed its constitution, how Kenya then moved from a multi-party state to a one-party state, now to another multi-party state, and on and on. Democratization process has always been marred by missteps ordinarily. Now, what happens where we are now is that there are many things that we've done wrong and corrected through the things that I've said, including recreating our constitutional dispensation. Where we are now, we are looking at development, and more because the Constitution prescribes development through certain processes, including devolution. So we are very close and to the heart of what we feel money should do to us. And when that money then is misused, we question. And the relationship between them, the master and the servant, is when the servant can question the master on certain aspects that touch on the servant in terms of his rights. As we talk of the Bill of Rights, one of the most important things that crystallizes the entirety of it is the right to life and how that is packaged through the money that we give. So that then Wanjiku today looks at the tax that he pays with a resultant element to it. He points out it's poignant to what the result should be. So that then we're able to say, if it is money for a dam, we need to see the dam. If it is money for a toilet, we need to see the toilet. If we don't do that, the pressure element here is not from Uhuru Kenyatta alone. The pressure element is not from Haji alone. I think there's a collective element in the mind of Kenyans that if it is to be done in a certain way. So that if a road is not done properly, then that person has to be prosecuted. And the clamor to do it has been a build-up over time. There has been this memory that in 2002, after the NAC government came in, people used to arrest policemen and so on and so. That was just a build-up. This is the same, but you see, the clarion call is not about arresting in the manner that we used to do. It is, I think, the collective responsibility we've given ourselves towards building probably the transitional element towards holding those that are in authority with power. It is either this. Either we continue to pump fear into the hearts of those that misuse our funds until such a time is no man or woman wants to get there if the intention is to enrich himself. Number two is that it must be a platform for poverty and to live a life of sacrifice if you want to get into public service. Eventually, we will get there. It is not going to be easy. Yes. But this is how we're going to do it, that until it becomes a cultural element, that then we've all accepted, we're going to still have hiccups. Because the fight is both ways, that those that are accused will fight, and those that are not accused, those that accuse others also want to fight, so that then the balance is achieved. That equilibrium will only be achieved only if this is sustainable. We hope it is not only in the regime of Uhuru Kenyatta. We hope it is not political. We hope that it is going to be sustained towards the sustainable use of our resources for this generation and future generations.
All right. Before we take a break, I'd like us to talk about the role of the National Treasury. It is at the center of all government operations, whether national or county. I mean, right now we are talking about disbursement of funds. Right. That needs to be done at the Treasury, Joy.
That's right.
We have a cabinet secretary who we foresee for the next few weeks or so, or whatever amount of time, will be in and out of court. A PS as well, principal assistant to the CS, will be in and out of court. Right. Is that how we want to run our national treasury, do you think?
We have a problem in this country because we have set very bad precedents in terms of if you're in government and if you're facing issues. Let's roll this way back to when the president and the deputy president were the ICC. And remember, during the presidential debate, the famous quote of, "This is a personal challenge."
Yes.
Because he was asked the same question, how are you going to be running the country and you are expected to be at The Hague to defend yourself? He said, that's a personal challenge, I'll deal with it. Then we passed an integrity law that told leaders, basically, as long as you're fighting corruption, you stay in office until you're done with all your cases, all your appeals, and when you're done with all mechanisms that are supposed to exonerate you and you're still found guilty, then you can step aside. But we have realized that that's a problem. Because if you're culpable or if you're supposed to be investigated for something and then you remain in that same office, then the incidences of you being able to tamper or mess with evidence, or even just impunity, because you still have all the trappings of power.
Right. Yes.
You intimidate those who are supposed to be investigating you, then it becomes a problem. The president himself, he of the personal challenge quote, has backtracked and said, you know what, if you're serving in my government and you're mentioned, I shall require you to step aside. So now here is a litmus test for the president. Is he going to hold CS Rotich and PS Duge to that standard and say, you know what, fellows, as much as you are gentlemen and I appreciate what you have done, tell you what, just park here for a little bit, let's sort this thing out. And if it's all said and done, if it's all good, we shall find out what to do.
All right.
Let's see if it takes it that far. But I have to tie this in with what Georgia said and with what David said earlier. It's a cultural thing. In Kenya, once upon a time, people had the good sense to not take what was not theirs. Right. They had the good sense to keep the money in their hands in their pockets. When I grew up, people were generally honest. If you dropped something, somebody would tap you and tell you, look, this belongs to you, even if it was money. It was no problem. But we've gotten to a place where we have lost that ethos. And because we have lost that ethos, we've gotten to a place where it's been replaced with a more individualistic approach. So now we need that cultural shift back to people minding their P's and Q's. Yeah. One of the problems that I foresee with where we are headed is our justice system is mainly adversarial. And what that does is, if I'm taken to court, I don't have to say anything. If I just sit there and keep quiet, I just let the investigators do their thing and eventually hope that they fail. And that's where criminal lawyers like myself and Kithi would capitalize, because they're like, you know what, the prosecution often doesn't get it right, so let's just sit tight and watch it. But the problem with that is that if we're going to really fight corruption, we have to have a switch to restorative justice, where you use the information from the accused persons themselves to recover part of this money, to find out where it has gone, so that they have a softer landing. Because corruption is a kind of thing, it's like sexual offenses, it's done in secret. Sometimes unless the guys inside give you the keys, you will never unlock the mystery.
All right. All right. Just hold on. Let's take a short break and then come back with the rest of the interview and the discussion that we're having this morning in a short while. Stay with us.
Our paper cuts through corruption. Get incisive and comprehensive reporting as we tell the big stories without fear. Daily Nation, the truth. Get your copy today.
Victory belongs to Jesus. Victory belongs to Him. Oh, yeah. From the bottom of my heart, Lord, I say. From the depths of my heart, Lord, I say.
We won't stop until you recall everything. Why are you here, Ollie? Eva and I planned this trip together.
I thought the best man should win.
What do you think this is?
I need her. You don't.
I love her. You don't. You used to live here,
You
right?
really don't remember me?
What's up with Eva? Why do we have similar stories? I want to know who's behind all this.
Boss, the kid's not here. Eva, what's wrong?
USIU Africa provides a world-class education that is dually accredited in Kenya and the United States. Apply now for the September 2019 intake and soar to greater heights with USIU Africa. Education to take you places.
My employees were gunned down. Just think who really stands to benefit from this.
What on earth are you trying to say?
Please, I'm
calm
begging
down.
you,
Mr.
stop.
No, calm down, please.
That girl lives her life as if she's playing in a poker game.
Don't be scared of her, but be careful.
I'm going to go in. Chansu, don't be stupid.
I've been stupid for long enough. It doesn't really matter right now, does it? What's going on?
Are you all right? Call the police now.
Somebody tell me something! Kurai, where is he?
He's in surgery. Everything will be fine.
Where did you come from? What do you have to do with this? Let go! Let go!
Welcome back to NTV Today. This morning we are discussing corruption as a holistic issue and the arrests that we saw yesterday directed by the DPP and of course the CS and the PS in the National Treasury among those arrested yesterday. I have in studio Joy Mdivo, who is a political analyst and a lawyer as well, George Kithi, advocate of the High Court to my far left, and Gabriel Mudhuma, who is a political analyst as well to my far right, and David Osiany, a governance and policy expert, to discuss this issue and what it means and what then happens going forward. We were talking about the issue of the National Treasury, and Gabriel, I'm coming to you. Yes. There's the issue of trust, right. And you had Kenyans speak earlier about the fact that this guy might actually even walk at the end of the process, all right? But do Kenyans and will anyone trust Rotich going forward with the National Treasury? It is a very key docket in government. This is where all the signing of checks and everything else is done. But can we trust you if you have been mentioned to have increased perhaps the amount from 46 billion, was it, to 63 billion, 17 billion shillings more, and flouted all the processes and all of that? Can we trust you?
Actually, no. Actually, no. And I say this with the full realization that, this case can go either way. He can be found guilty or he can walk. But you see, what Kenyans are trying to tell us is we've seen this before. And as we move along, I liked, the analogy that my good friend here talked about, whether you're talking about the Singapore, the Lee Kuan Yew, or you're talking about the Mao Zedong of China. There is something that they did strategically, and that was a radical change. Radically. And again, I use that name radical without mincing it, because at some point, something radical has to change. And what is that? I honestly believe the radical that we are talking about will come from the judiciary. Because anything else we've been served, we've seen. And just the other day, I was shocked when some judges came out and told us, you know what, about this thing of this parcel of land, this CS was actually misadvised.
There were lands coming in.
And then you're saying, okay, where do we go from there? The CS was misadvised. To me, when you tell me somebody has been misadvised, is I go out with two things. Either he didn't know what he was doing, for him to be, or incompetent. Correct. Yes. So it cannot be, just we rubbish things and say, a place like Treasury, to me, I believe this is the heartbeat of the administration. There are so many things that are going there. If I was Rotich, and again, I know I'm not him, but if I was him, I would have done the most prestigious thing to do at this point, would have been to resign. Because it's coming either way. Nobody will ever trust your numbers. I wouldn't. When you give us your budget, the only thing we will be doing will be scrutinizing it. What have you this time? What have you,
where's the
scaled
markup?
high? I mean, and again, even as we are talking about following the money, which I believe, to me, that is very core. Yes, the money has been lost. Yes, we need this money repatriated. Yes, we need to see people in jail. But at the end of the day, the keyword that we must take with us is the radicalism of fighting corruption must be seen. Because that is how corruption has been won across the world. I still believe, and probably Judge Wakili Kethi and former judge here may actually, write me correct, is that the judiciary holds the biggest piece of where this country moves in matters corruption.
All right.
But let me put it this way,
Yes.
to rationalize what he has said. Differently put, the Constitution then presupposes that one holding a public office, whether as a public office or state officer, does so in trust of the people.
Yes.
The question you asked is one of trust. What therefore it means is those accusing, but they are not, Haji is not accusing, it's not Uhuru accusing, it is the Kenyan public, because it will be Republic versus Rotich.
Yes.
If the people then are accusing you and have taken you to court on matters trust, questioning the trust that you have or you breach trust, then eventually it means you are not living to the constitutional mandate that you're holding that office in trust for the people. It follows, therefore, whether legislated or otherwise, that you cannot continue to hold an office or that you ought to be holding in trust for the Kenyans when, in fact, you're being accused and prosecuted on issue of trust.
Of trust. And that's a very good point that you bring in there, because President Uhuru Kenyatta, during his State of the Nation address in April in Parliament, he did say that we expected him to do something at least at that time, and then he laughed it off and said that if any member of my government appears in court, keyword, in court, all right, over a charge of corruption, an allegation or whatever the case that may be, they will have to step aside, or I will have to push them aside. David, the president, all eyes are on him right now. What does he do about the National Treasury and these officials? About 28 of them, some from, parastatals and all of that, and some at the core of what government needs to operate. What does the president do?
Let me first break down the matter at hand so that it can be understood by the simplest mind in the village watching us today. The issue here is that Nurdin Haji believes and has said that there was an overquotation of 17 billion.
Yes.
That people intended to embezzle 17 billion, that they caused Kenya to pay or to get into an agreement that would see the country fleeced of 17 billion shillings. To build a health center costs $1 million shillings in the village. You have built it, equipped it in a very basic form, and you have at least one nurse taking care of it or one clinical officer. 1 million bob. In fact, dispensaries cost 500,000, as Kivuda Kibwana has done in Makueni, and he will demonstrate to you that this is how I build. Let's say 1 million shillings. You have built 2 different rooms and one, or let me be very generous and say 2 million shillings. Essentially, what has happened is a 17 billion shillings, if you were to build at 2 million shillings each, would afford this country close to 9,500 dispensaries. You have robbed Kenyans of that. Thika Road, do you know how much it cost Thika Road?
28, was it?
That's it. And that was overquoted and part of it stolen. Essentially, you have eaten the whole of Thika Road and put it in your pocket. All right?
Yes.
You have essentially robbed this country close to 10,000 kilometers of low-seal tarmac roads. 10,000.
Yes.
That's the magnitude of theft. Roads that would have enabled farmers to quickly get their produce to the market and access the markets quickly. Roads that would have enabled matatu owners to be able to transport people faster on different routes. So roads that would have enabled issues such as medical emergencies be addressed much faster by getting people who are nearly dying to their hospitals very quickly. If you are accused of doing that, and you have had the advantage of going to school in democracies that have developed from which we are trying to learn some aspects of our lives. I do not believe in copy-pasting everything that happens in Europe or America. I think and believe that we can develop our own, ways of dealing with this. However, the standard thing that I think should be done by the man who has gone to arguably the best school in the world, Harvard, Rotich, and a man who has gone to a top 50 best school in the world, John Hopkins, Thuge, and the likes of David Kimosop, who is my friend, is to accept that Kenyans do not have confidence in you. Don't wait for the president to embarrass you.
Exactly.
It becomes more embarrassing when now you have to be forced out of office. You can save face a bit, because right now, the sad thing is that 90% of Kenyans already believe before you go to court that you're thieves. You're already dealing with your children, and your kinsmen are already dealing with the shame of being named by the prosecutorial agency in the country as a probable thief. You are going to save them that shame of dealing with the second bit of pain of you being fired. Because then it will go down history, and internet never forgets. You were fired because you were corrupt, rather than saying, if you want to defend yourself, because even if they're guilty, they will not tell us, you will say, I did my job. I did it above board. However, there's a belief that I am culpable, and so I quit. So if they do not quit by end of day, President Kenyatta should make us believe that he wasn't a coward after all.
Yes.
That he meant exactly what
he said
he
in
said.
Parliament.
And he should do it within 48 hours from yesterday.
All right. All right, let me show you something. Let's cross over to Mombasa, where a lorry carrying flour has plunged into the Indian Ocean. Listen to these guys. And the vehicle was disembarking from MV Harambee, one of the ferries there, heading to Kwale County, and then it just fell off into the ocean. Those are the pictures there. And Kevin Mutai is there for us with an update. I believe we can talk to him right now. Kevin?
Well, and thank you so much, Edmond Nyabola. You said it right. That particular truck in the ocean, we're told that the brakes failed and the driver managed to control it, and immediately after disembarking from MV Harambee, there's no one who has been injured, because we were told that the driver, together with his conductor, managed to jump out of the vehicle when it was reversing back to the ocean. The tides and the waves are rough, but as you can see, officials from the Kenya Ferry Services, the Ports Authority, the police officers are already on the site, and rescue operations are almost beginning any minute from now. But let me quickly talk to the driver to just quickly tell us what happened and make us understand, because this is not the first time such kind of a situation is occurring from this particular channel here in Likoni. Kwanza kabisa, anza kwa majina, waitwa nani, alafu tueleze tu yaliyojiri, lakini kwanza kabisa pole kwa yaliyokupata. Hebu tueleze nini kilitokea.
Naitwa Salim Musa. Ya, nilikuwa natoka town naenda Ukunda Depot. Nilikuwa nimebeba unga. So nilikuwa kutoka kwa ferry, uko na jump kidogo mbele yangu. Sasa kupandisha gari ikakataa. Sasa ile kurudi nyuma ikawa imefail brake. Sasa ile fail brake nikawa na control niregeshe ndani ya ferry, lakini nyuma kulikuwa na magari mengine. So singa manage kuingiza ndani ya, maana ningesema niingiza ndani ya ferry ningegonga yale magari mengine. So nika try ku control ninge side moja, but ikawa ndo imeshindikana, ikaingia kwa maji.
Alafu uliweza kujiokoa kivipi kutoka kwa lori hiyo, kwa sababu naona iko ndani ya maji?
Okay, uzuri ilikuwa vile limeingia kwa maji, ilikuwa sijalock milango ya ferry, ya mlango ya gari. So the time imeingia kwa maji, nikafungua milango na kutoka.
Mlikuwa ngapi kwenye lori hiyo?
Tulikuwa wawili.
Na wote wawili mliweza kujiokoa?
Yeah, sote wawili tumeweza kutoka salama.
Yeah. Pole sana. Let me also bring in the Kenya Ferry Services official to just bring us up to speed on how they're going to conduct the rescue operations and tow that particular lorry out from the ocean. Please just start by introducing yourself. And this is not the first time we are seeing such kind of thing happen here in Likoni. What are normally the causes and the kind of thing that you will do to ensure that you will be able to bring it out of the ocean?
Kwanza kwa majina naitwa Ali Mohamed Nya, mimi ndo chief coxswain, na kwa kusema kweli ni pole sana kwa wenye gari. Hili jambo hufanyika wakati ukonyesha mvua, kuna kuwa barabara yetu ntaramp ikipata unyevu kidogo tu, na gari kiwa iko na load, ile gari ikipanda mlima inashindwa. Sasa kumenyesha mvua na gari kuna load ya unga, ilipopanda mlima ikashindwa katikati na karudi nyuma. Dereva ameokolewa, na sasa hivi tuko hapa kushughulikia ile gari kuitoa, na tunajitahidi kama shirika. Hii jambo ambalo linafanyika mara kwa mara, na ikifanyika tunajitahidi kabisa kwa uwezo wetu ambao tuko nao tuone kwamba tunatoa ile magari na usalama wa watu. Hapa kivukoni nataka kuhakikishia wananchi wote kwamba usalama uko imara kabisa. Feri ziko sawa. Wafanyakazi wote wa Kenya Ferry wako sawa, hakuna shida yoyote. Hii to me it's normal accident. Na iko nje uwezo wote, kwa sababu imefanyika wakati gari imetoka nje barabarani kule, ikafeli brake na ikarudi nyuma. Hapo kusema kweli hakuna angeweza kuizuia isipokuwa ilivyofanyika, na kwangu mimi binafsi ni pole sana.
Asante. Well, Edmond, on to my far left, that is a towing truck. It's already on site, and we're told that any minute from now, operations to remove that particular truck from the ocean will. The Kenya Ferry Services officer say that this is just a normal accident, and they normally occur, but what they're trying to do is urge motorists to be cautious and make sure that they take their vehicles for regular maintenance to ensure that such kind of incidents do not occur. But as I said, we are on this other side of Likoni. This is the busy Likoni channel, and the truck failed. The brakes of the truck failed, and that's why the driver managed to control it, and he actually managed to control the vehicle to go to the other side of the ocean. But that's it. Edmond will still be following up on what will be transpiring from here in Likoni, and we will be bringing our viewers with more details as the situation continues to unfold.
Thank you so much, Kevin Mutai there from Mombasa on that update. Let's cross over to Kisumu County now, where Uko Kusa is talking about our discussion of the day, graft in Kenya. All right, after the arrests yesterday, Okusa, what's happening in Kisumu this morning, and what do Kenyans there have to say?
Well, Edmond, enthusiastic Kisumu residents here who also want to add their reactions or voices on the ongoing debate and yesterday's arrest that were witnessed in the country. And right here, they want to tell us what they think. Let's start with you, gentlemen.
Yeah.
Tell us your name first.
My name is Ongele Martin, Chairman Bunge la Wananchi Uhuru Garden, Kisumu.
Okay. Your reaction regarding yesterday's arrest?
Really commend what was done by Mr. Kinoti and Nordin Haji and the entire government. And would like them to continue. It should not stop with Mr. Rotich. Let the arrest be spread to others who have done the same, so that not only arrest, want these people arrested and be prosecuted, so that it can be a example to those who are doing the same, even to county governments.
Okay.
Thank
Let's
you.
hear from another gentleman here.
My name is Mr. Geng Onaman. I'm a businessman from Nyalenda. And the arrest of Rotich is good. We really appreciate the government of Uhuru, because for the first time we have seen senior government officials being arrested and taken to court. We want also the resignation from those people who have been accused of corruption. Not only arrest, they must resign. Rotich must go home. Kenya cannot go poor because of one person. Rotich must go home. And I'm asking President Uhuru to make sure that Rotich resign from that post.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you very much. Last gentleman.
Yeah, in short, what I can say is that anybody found with corruption should be arrested and arraigned in the court, so that we can be assured that the government is really concerned with the corruption, and they are doing what can make the ordinary Kenyan to get satisfied that they are fighting corruption in Kenya. Thank you.
Wamisho.
Kwa majina naitwa Peter Wino Warega, mfanyakazi wa Nyalenda katika Nyalenda. Nasema ya kuwa Rotich ashikwe kwa sababu hawezi fanya bajeti ya Kenya na pesa yenye haiko. Hiyo ndio maoni yangu.
Okay. Well, Edmond, that's just a cross-section of residents here giving their thoughts and reactions regarding yesterday's arrest that we witnessed. And of course, they are calling for more stiffer action to be taken against anybody found culpable of perpetrating graft in the country. And as you've heard, those are some of their reactions. They are calling for the government actually to even cast the net wider. Back to you, Edmond.
All right, thank you, Uko Kusa, talking to Kenyans there about what they think about the arrests yesterday and going forward, what they'd like to see done right now in this issue of graft. Let's cross over to another story that we are following up on this morning. It is the Division of Revenue bill stalemate between the Senate and the National Assembly. And the governors actually this morning at a Nairobi hotel to talk about this issue, of course, after that, the court proceedings that we did see at the Supreme Court earlier today. So Vincent Uduori is there for us. Vincent, what's happening?
Absolutely. We are here at Stanley Hotel, and as you can see, there was a group of youth who had caused some commotion here at the entrance of Stanley Hotel, who were basically demanding money from the governors who are inside the hotel. The youth are saying that they had provided security to the governors as the governors walked to Supreme Court over their case on the stalemate over the division of revenue, and they're saying that they had escorted the governors back to Stanley Hotel, and now they were demanding for compensation. And it has been chaos at the entrance, and leaders getting inside has been a problem. And the governors were expected to address the media from the hotel, but they have been unable because of this kind of chaos that has been caused by the youth. I've seen a number of them have left. It's like they have been talked to, and maybe they are going to get the compensation they have been demanding. We have just walked from Supreme Court, where the Council of Governors, together with other parties, that includes Commission of Revenue Allocation, the Attorney General, the Senate, and the National Assembly, appeared before Chief Justice David Muranga in a case whereby they are seeking for the Supreme Court advisory opinion over the ongoing stalemate between the Senate and the National Assembly over the division of revenue bill. And today, lawyers appeared before Muranga, and Muranga issued a hearing date for the case to be next week on Wednesday, 31st. That's the date when their case will be heard. And it has been based on one condition, because Chief Justice Muranga told the parties involved in the matter that if the Senate and the National Assembly and the Commission of Revenue Allocation, together with the Attorney General, will be unable to resolve the stalemate, then he will have no choice but the case will start to be heard on 31st next week. And just to go through some of the arguments that came up before the court is that the lawyers representing the National Assembly and the Senate were asking Supreme Court to allow them to continue with the mediation, saying that the date for hearing of the case should be deferred so that they can mediate and settle the matter, saying that this is a mediation process that is ongoing, and therefore there is no need to bring it before Supreme Court. However, lawyers representing the Commission of Revenue Allocation, together with lawyers representing the Council of Governors, argued that the case has to be heard because Supreme Court has to give its position over the stalemate, arguing that even though the revenue or the Division of Revenue Bill 2019 new one has been republished, it has no any impact on the matters that have been placed before Supreme Court. And therefore they were arguing that it is good for the case to continue and Supreme Court to determine the issue as the ongoing mediation continues. And Muranga, basically while issuing his direction today, he said that this is a legislative process which the National Assembly and the Senate should come up with a better way to resolve, and there is no need to be brought before the court and also to involve the court. And this is something that Muranga said, if they will be unable to resolve it through the legislative process, then he will have no choice but to hear the case from 31st next week and give his determination as far as Supreme Court is concerned. Remember that there has been stalemate between the two houses over the amount of revenue that should be allocated to counties. And we know the National Assembly republished a new divisional revenue bill allocating 316 billion shillings to the counties, which the Senate says is still a little because, first of all, the Commission of Revenue Allocation had wanted the counties to be given 335 billion shillings, which the mediation committee engaged and finally settled on 327 billion shillings, which the Senate is still demanding. And this is a matter we are waiting to see whether they will be able to resolve the matter through mediation or they will meet before Supreme Court on 31st next week for the Supreme Court to decide. For now, I'm taking you back to studio. I am Vincent Oduor.
Thank you so much, Vincent. Live from within Nairobi City, talking about that issue of the Division of Revenue Bill, a stalemate between the Senate and the governors on one side and the National Assembly on the other. Let's cross over to Muranga now, finally, to talk to residents there about what they think about the issue of graft in the country and the arrests from yesterday. Martin Moura, good morning. How is Muranga?
Okay. Ai. Ngoja.
We appear to have lost Martin there. My panelists are actually laughing at how he reacted to that. Graft is so bad, he said, aye.
That's the reaction from Muranga.
Thank you so much. All right, let's get back to it. I think, all right, we have Martin right now, and I think he's he's ready to go now. Martin.
Yes, I thank you, Edmond. As you can see on the streets of Muranga. Here, I just want to engage on the topic that we are discussing about corruption in the country, and this comes in the wake of the arrest of the cabinet secretary in charge of treasury, and also the PS. Now, I just don't want to talk too much about, I just want to talk to men of the collar, just to give me their views about the war on corruption in this country. Is it a PR stunt, or it's now coming home to roost? Karibu sana kwenye NTV. I want you to give me your views. Do you think this country is serious on fighting on corruption?
Asante sana Bwana Martin. Na kama kawaida majina yangu mimi naitwa Venerable Robert Gatheru Maina. Na kwa sasa na hudumu katika kanisa la Kianglikana in the Diocese of Muranga South. Na hapo kitambo tulikuwa tukiona kama ni mchezo serikali, lakini kwa sasa tunaona sasa mambo imeanza kuchukua mwendo ambao hata sisi tunapendelea. Na kama vile jana kuliendelea Bwana Lutich na wenzake kushikwa na kutiwa mbaloni, sisi hiyo tuliona ya kwamba kabisa serikali inaonekana is serious about corruption. Na kwa miaka mingi tangu jadi inaonekana hii nchi yetu ya Kenya imekuwa ni changamoto kubwa sana mambo ya corruption. Na tangu tunyakue uhuru sasa ndio tunaona ya kwamba kuna jambo linafanyika. Na vile tungeweza kuhimiza ni kwamba president pamoja na wale ambao wanashughulika na mambo ya corruption waweze kuchukua mwendo ule. Na hata sasa tunaamini ya kwamba kuna wengi sana wameachwa ambao mpaka ni wakubwa kushida Rotich, na wanastahili hata wao washikwe na watiwe baloni ili tuone vile nchi yetu itaendelea. Na kama kawaida tunajua ya kwamba mambo ya corruption ikienda kama vile ilikuwa ikienda kufikia 2025 hii nchi itakuwa imeisha, lakini sasa tunaona kuna imani kubwa sana ya kwamba corruption itaisha. Tuchukue hiyo mkondo. We support Nurdin Haji and the president. Thank you so much. Thank you very much.
Okay. I'd like to talk to another man of cloth here just to give me your views. Nataka tu nieleze wewe kulingana maoni yako on corruption iko namna gani?
My name is Venerable Captain Lucas Joroge Nganga. I serve in the Anglican Church, Diocese of Muranga South. Mwanzo tumefurahi sana kuona vile kuliendelea jana, manake hapo beleni tulikuwa tunaona kama ni mchezo. Na tukiona hawa vigogo wakishikwa tunaona mambo inaendelea vizuri. But I am not comfortable with the leader of majority in the Senate, Kipchumba Murkomen, the way he behaved yesterday. Immediately he was, I think, among the first people to react about this. Na kusema ya kwamba hii mambo ni kisiasa. Hata tunashangaa kama pia alikuwa ni mmoja wale ambao walikuwa those who benefited maybe from this corruption. Would like to say the DPP should be left alone, and is our hope kutakuwa na matokeo mema. Thank you very much.
Just kindly allow me to take one more to give me his views. Nataka tu nianze kwa majina yako na uniambie what is your view on this one corruption in the country.
Okay, my name is Reverend Dixon Mulidi. Come from Diocese of Mount Kenya West, and I would want to strongly condemn the face of corruption, and we are so much happy and delighted to see the move the government is taking, and also taking this culprit to jail. We want also these people to be jailed so that the government should be seen it is serious in this fight against corruption. So we want them not only to threaten but also to act decisively. So also all other members in the county and all in our government sector to feel that the head of government is strong and it can act. That's what we want.
Maybe one last question before you go. The church has always been blamed of condoning corruption by accepting money from these corrupt people. Maybe what is your view?
What I would say, we as the church distinguish the money from the corruption and the money that is clean money. because everybody who come to the church, we all agree that we are a congregation of sinners. We go to church to seek forgiveness, and the one who come with money, you cannot be able to distinguish the good money or the money from the corruption. So anybody who gives to the church should be accepted because it's giving from the heart.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Asante.
Okay, asante. Thank you. You too. Edmond, as you have just heard, those are some of the views from the men of clothes who actually belong to the Anglican Church of Kenya here in Muranga, and they have given their views. Back to you, Edmond.
Thank you so much, Martin Mwaura. In fact, one of the people you spoke to there spoke about the issue of politicizing this whole thing, all right? And the DPP in his statement yesterday said, being cognizant that corruption always fights back and that there may be elements who may seek to exploit these indictments to instigate social unrest, we have put in place mechanisms to monitor any such attempts, which will be countered with whole of government's response. Politicization of the whole thing, all right? And this is going to be fodder for politicians, especially this weekend going on forward.
And you know, the point that the man of the cloth was making was that it is true that Senator Murkomen went in his capacity as an advocate,
yes,
and which is justifiable. Everybody needs a defense, and you don't even know who is defending exactly yet. But at the same time, there is that element of intimidation because of the other hats that you're wearing. And I've had it said in some circles, maybe when people occupy some of these positions, they should not be as active in practice. Lawyers had that argument when we were looking for a male representative of the Judicial Service Commission. They said, you know what, if you are going to go sit in the JSC and interview judges and promote them, we don't want you appearing before them because of that element of, it's not that you cannot do both. It's because of the appearance. We saw it also when the DCJ was being arrested, and you see Senator Orengo coming on. There's some of these advocates who are super advocates because of the other hats that they wear. And what that does is, even if you're walking in as a professional, one cannot run away from that element of you also have state machinery backing you. You also have state trappings of power backing you. And you can use that to good effect. For example, a normal advocate would go and wait in Muthaiga police station for 3 hours to see his client, but you turn up and your own security people are clearing the cops out of the NCA, toka kwa njia, and there you go going in by virtue of your office. So there is the element of that intimidation, but there's also what we have seen on the other hand with some statements coming on, it is our people being targeted, it is our people being attacked. That's also politicization because you're not interrogating the fact, is your kinsman culpable or not? All you're looking at is we share a common heritage, and so we should defend him regardless.
Murkomen actually, and this is particularly disappointing for many people because Elgeyo Marakwet is his county where these dams were supposed to be built, all right? So many people think that actually he should be out there defending his people.
No, you know, you cannot delink. You may never know. He may have been a beneficiary of the 17 billion. You never know. At which point, then his personal interest would precede the interest of his own people. This selfishness is sometimes you may never know. But you see, a political leader has been arrested. A cabinet secretary is a political leader of his own way. Never mind, we said that we never wanted politicians, and he's one of the people who did not have a political background. But a cabinet secretary slot is a political slot, much as it is a professional and a policy role. It, by extension, is a political role. Because you are appointed by a political leader for the country, the president. I expected, of course, Murkomen has to demonstrate that he is going to stand with his county kin, and he will be there for him. It has also been said that Rotich would easily make the next governor for Elgeyo Marakwet. A position that I know Murkomen is also eyeing. It may also be political for Murkomen to just show face so that when they run against each other, he says, now you, when you were arrested, who was the first person to arrive? Now you're here running against me. What is wrong with you? But you know very well that the way towards the leadership in this country has almost seemed as though you obviously need to walk through the garden of graft for you to ascend. That is why NYS leads to good things, and many other political leaders. But we have to get to a point where we state as a country that corruption is corruption. There is something I have always decried. There is a wonderful object we have called Certificate of Good Conduct. which is a requirement by IEBC before you run for any political office. Dear Kinoti, now that you are a revolutionary and I know you are listening to me, ensure that any person who has been found to be corrupt, mentioned in corruption, does not have access to the certificate of good conduct. In fact, I dare say, please consider changing the format of the certificate of good conduct 3 months to the elections and forcing everyone to get fresh ones. Because it lasts for a year. So if I get it in 2016 December, and I mean in 2021 December, and the elections will be in 2022 August, I am safe. I have a valid certificate of good conduct. So that then we can try and see whether Chapter 6 can work for this country. The chapter that envisaged leaders that had integrity, leaders that were above reproach for this country. Some the courts may not allow. You know, they may buy their way through the courts. I long for the court and judicial system that jailed Rebecca Nabutola for 3 years as PS and said you have embezzled only 8.4 million. 3 years plus a charge of 1 million shillings, without which she could spend 2 more years. It's not a nice thing. I don't celebrate her misery. But that's what justice ought to be like. And I am not saying that our judicial system is a joke. I know there are judges who believe in this country, who want the best for this country, who make rulings knowing very well it is for the good of the nation.
All right.
However, there are other elements, like the ones who are fired, who just, I don't know what.
Thank you, David. Live pictures are there, as you can see. Henry Rotich, the CS for National Treasury, Kamau Thuge there, the PS, and I believe this is Susan Koech, the former PS for East African Community at the Milimani Law Court this morning, effectively now before the court of law, meaning if President Uhuru Kenyatta were to act, this is it. This is enough.
Right.
This is enough, right?
But you see also, Edmond, the fact that, you know, the very same thing we've been saying, and I think most of us have actually alluded to the very same fact. I wouldn't wait for the president to do the issue about.
Well, right now he has to be before court first.
I mean, he's talked about it severally when he came to Parliament. We had it in Bomas. In fact, the DPP himself actually pronounced himself to the very same facts, that the minute charges are preferred upon you or against you, you should not get back to office. We saw what Swazuri did. Immediately he was, and actually, I don't know why he was allowed back to his office. Honestly, and I'm not saying, you know, it ever happens to me, but if you give me that chance of going back to my office, my first order of business will be to mess up with the evidence. All right. Yeah. So I think this just comes without saying. The other thing which I'll, shift away from what Osian is saying, we've seen time and time again, this issue of good conduct does not help in anything. And the fact that, you know, we keep, I mean, look at the crop of governors that we had. The other day, actually, something from the Supreme Court came. A very revered judge. What did he say about the governor who did not have, was it the school? A degree. This is a judge pronouncing himself that, you know what, you don't need one, just act like one. Just like, look like you have that academic document. And you see, now this is why I was saying the radicalism must start. Yes and no the radicalism must start at the judiciary. And finally, this thing of playing politics with such a serious case as this, and I expected politics to be played for the better part, whether it's coming from people who are saying, remember, and I'll take them back to what Ocean talked about the hospitals, and what actually Wakili also said about the very same thing. Much of this money did not make it to the people who needed it. The people of Aror and Kimorel are suffering because of water. How much of that money did get to them? They are still suffering. So this is a good debate to engage, but it would not sustain. What will sustain is this, Edmond, that these people will be found culpable. All right? That we will return some of this money. Eventually,
why not all of it? 19 billion.
Honestly, I can guarantee you. English, exactly. But eventually, and this is what must get to everybody's heart. We will get to build the.
Okay, let's listen in to the proceedings there and see if we have any sound of what's happening at the Milimani Law Court.
For the defense, Your Honor, with the permission of my senior, Mr. Gennaro, for the first accused, the appearance is Mr. Gennaro Kibet, Mr. Kioko Kimukumi, myself, Katwa Kigen, Mr. Mahat Somen, Mahat M-A-H-A-T, Somane, S-O-M-O-N-E, and Mr. Nyachoti. For the second accused is Mr. Stephen Kimathi and Mr. Stephen Kimathi and Miss Chep Koech. Miss, yes. And Mr. Singh Kitam. For the third accused is Mr. Murkomen and Mr. Sigei. For the fourth accused are Mr. Nyachoti, sorry, for the fourth accused is myself, Katwa Kigen, sorry. I'm sorry. For the fifth accused are for the fifth is Mr. Nyachoti, Mr. Momanyi, and Mr. Odiambo. We do not have the appearance for the rest, Your Honor. And we are ready to take the plea.
Henry Kiplagat Botich, Kamau Duge Susan, Kamau Duge, Susan Jemchai Koech, David Kitumba Kimosop, Kennedy Nyakundi Nyachiro, Jackson Jau Inyandui, Titus Muridi, Paolo Posedi, CMC Di Ravena, Kenya branch. You have been jointly charged with conspiracy to defraud contrary to section 317 of the Penal Code, chapter 5 laws of Kenya. And the particulars of the offense is that between 17 December 2014 and 27 September 2018, jointly conspired with others before the court to engage in a scheme to defraud the government of Kenya of US dollar 244,422,163.93 in respect of the development of Kimware multi-purpose dam by entering into a commercial loan facility agreement discussing it as a government loan guaranteed by the Italian government, knowing all along that the tender document contained in their request for proposals for the development of the Kimware multi-purpose dam project was a concessional agreement where the intended concessionaire was to be borrower and financer, not the government of Kenya. Accused number 1, Henry Kiplagat Botich, true or not true? Not true. Accused number 2, Kamau Duge, true or not true? Not true. Susan Jemtai Koech, true or false? False. No appearance for David Kitumba. Number 5, Kennedy Nyakundi Nyachiro, true or false? False. No appearance for the rest. Count number 2. Henry Iblagat Rotich, Kamau Duge, Kennedy Nyakundi Nyakiro, Jackson Njau Kinyagyu, and Susan Jemtai Koech, and David Itunga Kimoso. You have been jointly charged with willful failure to comply with applicable procedures and guidelines relating to procurement contrary to Section 45 2B, Section 48 of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act, number 3 of 2003. And the particulars of the offense is that between 17 December 2014 until 7 September 2018, within the Republic of Kenya, being the Cabinet Secretary, Principal Secretary, Chief Economist, and Head of Europe 2 Division, Director Resource Mobilization, Department of National Treasury and Planning, Principal Secretary, Ministry of East African Community, and the Managing Director, Kenya Valley Development Authority, respectively, being persons whose functions concern management of public funds, willfully fail to comply with the applicable law relating to procurement, to read Section 103 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act, number 3 of 2015, by directly procuring the loan facilities from the financiers, namely BNP Paribas Fortis, Intesa San Paulo SPA, Unicredit SPA, and Unicredit Bank AG for the development of Kimwarer multipurpose dam. Henry Kiplagat Rotich, true or not true? Not true. Kamau Duge, not true. Kennedy Nyakundi, not true. Jackson Jao Kinyagui, no appearance. Susan Jemtai Koech, not true. David Kitumba Kimosop,
Absent.
absent. Count number 3. Henry Kiplagat Rotich, Kamau Duge, Kennedy Nyakundi Nyakiro, Jackson Jao Kinyagui, and David Itumba Kimosop. You have been jointly charged with willful failure to comply with applicable procedures and guidelines relating to procurement, contrary to Section 45 2B, Section 48 of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act number 3 of 2003. And the particulars of the offense is that between 17 December 2014 and 27 September 2018, within the Republic of Kenya, being the Cabinet Secretary, Principal Secretary, Chief Economist, and Head of Europe 2 Division, Director Resource Mobilization, Department of National Treasury and Planning, and the Managing Director, Kenya Valley Development Authority, respectively, irregularly procured through single sourcing and insurance policy to cover what they allegedly as government-to-government loan for the Kimwarer multipurpose dam project contrary to Section 143.
It's error. Yes.
Which charge sheet are you looking at?
Yeah, it's supposed to be number 20.
Because we are in number 20.
Your Honor, your observation is correct, and we move to amend to read Kimwarer.
No, they are wrong.
Oh, my Lord. Yes. Because of the 4 charge sheets, I think we better just confirm with the clerk whether we are reading from the same script. Can I see what you're reading from?
It's number 20.
Live pictures from the Milimani law courts where the suspects, at least some of them, have been arraigned this morning. And as you can see there, the charges just being read right now. We suppose that they're about to take plea and the rest of the process to go on like that. George Kithi, what's happening today? What's going to happen today from this?
The
the accused persons ought to be arraigned in court within 24 hours of their
Yes.
arrest. So it was obvious that they had to come before court today, whichever way.
Okay.
Now, if the charges...
The judge is actually speaking. Let's just listen in.
Actually, I think he's following the numbering here. So that, yeah, he's following the numbering here.
When you move to the third count, accused filed in the main charge sheet, that is Kennedy Nyabola,
It's now number 4.
appears as accused 4. Then again, the that is normal of going from accused 1, accused 4, accused 5, then accused. In fact, in count 2, they are accused 4 twice. That is Kennedy Nyabola and David Kisumu.
Sorry, on 5, did you read the name Kimoso? On 5? Count 5?
Count 4.
Count 4, sorry. Which is number 4? Which is correct.
So what are you going to do about it? You cannot proceed.
Your Honor, perhaps we could apply to amend the numbering. Yes, please. We are not opposed. So that we make progress, and I understand the defense is not opposed to that. We flow as per the order appearing at the top of the charge sheet. Yes.
All right, those are live pictures coming to you from Milimani Law Court. And at this point in time now, I have to release my guests and panelists because this is going to go on for quite some time. And we just want to listen into what's happening at Milimani Law Court. Thank you so much, Joy Mdivo, a political analyst and a lawyer. Thank you so much for making time for us. George Kithi, advocate of the High Court. Thank you so much. Gabriel Muduma and David Osiani, governance and policy experts.
These guys are appearing before Douglas Ogoti.
Yes.
Who gave the Samburu governor 100 million shillings to pay bail. 150 million. My God.
All right. Thank you so much, gentlemen and lady, for making time to come to the show this morning. Thank you so much. And now we have to go back to Milimani Law Courts. And coming up shortly is our Kiswahili team of Daniel Mule and Nuru Abdulaziz to continue with this coverage.
Correct one.
Correct.
Most of that.
Count number 3, Henry Kiplagat Rotich, Kamau Duge, Kennedy Nyakundi, Jackson Jao Kinyanjui, David Kitumba Kimoso. You have been jointly charged with failure to comply with applicable procedures and guidelines relating to procurement, contrary to Section 45(2)(b), Section 48 of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act number 3 of 2003. And the particulars is that between 17 December 2014 and 27 September 2018, within the Republic of Kenya, being the Cabinet Secretary, Principal Secretary, Chief Economist and Head of Europe Food Division, Director Resource Mobilization, Department of the National Treasury and Planning, and the Managing Director, Kerio Valley Development Authority, respectively, regularly procured through a single sourcing as an insurance policy to cover all the allegedly a government-to-government loan for the Kimwaret multipurpose project, dam project, contrary to Section 103 of the Public Procurement and Asset and Disposal Act and Asset Disposal Act number 3 of 2015, is the Regulation 8.3 of Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Regulation 2006, thereby causing the government of Kenya to suffer a loss of euro 42,088,198.65 to underwriter of the SACE insurance. Henry Kiplagat Protich, true or not true? Kamau Duge, Kennedy Nyakundi, Jackson Jao Kinyandui, absent. David Kipchumba Kimosop, absent. Count number 4. Henry Kiplagat Protich, Kamau Duge, Susan Jemtai Koech, and David Kipchumba Kimosop. You have been charged with engaging in a project without prior planning, contrary to Section 45(2)(c), Section 48 of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act number 3 of 2003. And the particulars of the offense is that between 19 December 2014 and 23 November 2018, within the Republic of Kenya, being the Cabinet Secretary and the Principal Secretary, National Treasury and Planning, Principal Secretary, Ministry of East African Community, and the Managing Director, Kerio Valley Development Authority, respectively, being persons whose functions concern management of public revenue, engaged in a project for the development of the Kimwarer multipurpose dam project without prior planning, contrary to Section 26(3)(a) of the Public Procurement and Disposal Act 2005. Henry Kiplagat Protich, true or not true? Not true. Kamau Duge, Susan Jemtai, David Kipchumba, absent. Count number 5. Henry Kiplagat Protich, you have been charged with abuse of office, contrary to Section 46, Section 48 of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act number 3 of 2003. And the particular of the offense is that on 18 April 2017, within the Republic of Kenya, being the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury and Planning, use your office to improperly confer a benefit to CMC D. Ravenna Itinera, joint venture by unlawfully executing a facility agreement for the funding of the development and of the Kimwaren multipurpose dam, thereby conferring them contractual rights and benefits against the government of Kenya. Henry Kiplagat Protich, true or not true? Not true. Count number 6. Henry Kiplagat Protich, you have been charged with abuse of office, contrary to Section 46, Section 48 of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act number 3 of 2003. And the particulars of the offense is that on 18 April 2017, within the Republic of Kenya, being the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury and Planning, used your office to improperly confer a benefit to CMC D. Ravenna Itinera joint venture and the parties involved by unlawfully executing a facility agreement for the funding of the development of the Kimwarer multipurpose dam, thereby creating an obligation against the government of Kenya to pay a sum of $224 422,163.93, which amount is the total contractual sum of the development of the Kimwarel multipurpose dam. True or not true? Ending Lagat proceedings. Count number 5. You have been charged with abuse of office, contrary to section 46, section 48 of the anti-corruption and the count number 7. Henry Iplagat Rotem, you have been charged with abuse of office, contrary to section 46, section 48 of the anti-corruption and economic crime act number 3 of 2003. And the particulars of the offense is that between 18 April 2017 and 6 November 2018, within the Republic of Kenya, being the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury and Planning, used your office to improperly confer a benefit of Euro 42,088,198.65 to SACE SPA, Associata per Azioni Insurance, contrary to section 68(1)A and B of the Public Finance Management Act number 18 of 2012, being insurance premium payment expended unlawfully. True or not true? Count number 8. Kamal Duge, you have been charged with abuse of office, contrary to section 46, section 48 of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act number 3 of 2003. And the particulars of the offense is that on 18th May 2017, within the Republic of Kenya, being the Principal Secretary, National Treasury and Planning, used your office to improperly confer a benefit to Intensa San Paola SPA, London branch, BNP Paribas Fortis, Intesa San Paolo SPA, Unicredit SPA, and Unicredit Bank AG, and CMC Di Ravenna Itinera joint venture by unlawfully approving the payment of Euro 2,069,511.06 through payment advice number 112118 dated 26th of May 2017 for the development of the Kimwarel multipurpose dam. True or not true? Not true. Count number 9. Kamal Duge, you have been charged with abuse of office, contrary to section 46, section 48 of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act number 3 of 2003. And the particulars of the offense is that on 18th July 2017, within the Republic of Kenya, being the Principal Secretary, National Treasury and Planning, used your office to improperly confer a benefit to Intensa San Paolo SPA, London branch, BNP Paribas Fortis, SS-NB, Intesa San Paolo SPA, Unicredit SPA, and Unicredit Bank AG, and CMC Di Ravenna Itinera joint venture by unlawfully approving payment of the shilling 163,477 euros as a commitment fees through payment advice number 112309 dated 26 July 2017 for the development of the Kimwarel multipurpose dam. True or not true? Count number 10. Kamal Duge, you have been charged with abuse of office, contrary to section 46, section 48 of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act number 3 of 2003. And the particulars of the offense is that on 28 December 2017, within the Republic of Kenya, being the Principal Secretary, National Treasury and Planning, used your office to improperly confer a benefit to Intensa San Paolo SPA, London branch, BNP Paribas Fortis, SS-NB, Intesa San Paolo SPA, Unicredit SPA, and Unicredit Bank AG and CMC the Ravenna Itinera joint venture by unlawfully approving the payment of 30,000 euros as agency fees through payment advice number 113256 for the development of the Kimwari multipurpose dam. True or not true? Count number 11. Come out again. You have been charged with abuse of office contrary to Section 46, Section 48 of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crime Act number 3 of 2003. And the particular is that on 18 January 2018, within the Republic of Kenya, being the Principal Secretary, National Treasury and Planning, use your office to improperly confer a benefit to Intensa San Paulo SPA, London branch, BNP Paribas Fortis SS/NB, Intesa San Paulo SPA, Unicredit SPA, and Unicredit Bank AG, and CMC di Ravenna Itinera joint venture by unlawfully approving the payment of euros 661,093.81 as commitment fees through payment advice number 112642 dated 22nd January 2018 for the development of the Kimwari multipurpose dam. True or false? Count number 12. Kamau Dugan, you have been charged with abuse of office contrary to Section 46, Section 48 of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crime Act number 3 of 2003. And the particulars of the offense is that on 18 July 2018, within the Republic of Kenya, being the Principal Secretary, National Treasury and Planning, used your office to improperly confer a benefit to Intensa San Paulo SPA London branch, BNP Paribas Fortis SS/NB, Intesa San Paulo SPA, Unicredit SPA, and Unicredit Bank AG, and CMC di Ravenna Itinera joint venture by unlawfully approving the payment of 650,315.11 euros as commitment fees through payment advice number 113016 dated 16 July 2018 for the development of the Kimwari multipurpose dam. True or false? Not true. Count number 13. Henry Iplagat Rotich, you have been charged with willful failure to comply with applicable procedures and guidelines relating to the management of public funds contrary to Section 45 2B, Section 48 of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crime Act number 3 of 2003. And the particulars of the offense is that on 18 April 2017, within the Republic of Kenya, being the Cabinet Secretary and Accounting Officer of the National Treasury and Planning, willfully failed to comply with Section 68(1), together with the Section 68(2)(d) of the Public Finance and Management Act 2012 by failing to ensure that the facilities agreement in respect of the Kimwari multipurpose dam entered into between the Government of Kenya and BNP Paribas Fortis SA/NB, Intesa San Paulo SPA, Unicredit SPA, and Unicredit Bank was lawful. True or not true? Not true. Count number 14. Henry Kiplagat Rotich, Kamau Dugan, Kennedy Nyakundi Nyachiro, Jackson Dao Kinyanjui, and David Kiptumba Kimosop, you have been jointly charged with committing an offense of financial misconduct contrary to Section 197(14) Part 1 of the Public Finance Management Act number 18 of 2012. And the particulars of the offense is that between the 19th December 2014 and 23rd November 2018, within the Republic of Kenya, being the Cabinet Secretary, Principal Secretary, Chief Economist and Head of Europe 2 Division, Director, Resource Utilization Department in the National Treasury and Planning, and the Managing Director, Kerio Valley Development Authority, respectively, unlawfully, without lawful authority, caused an improper payment of public funds amounting to euros 75,423,148.38 belonging to the government of Kenya, being the total sum paid in respect to Kimwaret multipurpose dam. Henry Kiplagat Rotich, true or not true? Kamau Duge, Kennedy Nyakundi, Jackson Jau, absent, and David Kitumba Kimoso, absent. Count number 15. No appearance for count number 15, Your Honor.
Was also not there.
No appearance for 16, Your Honor.
Your Honor, I've been asked to introduce some advocates who have appealed. Yes. I have been asked to put on record representation for the 8th, 9th, and 10th accused, who are represented by the same advocates, namely Mr. Anami Kevin and Mr. Kevin and Mr. Mugo. Yes. For the 8th, 9th, and 10th accused.
May it please you, Your Honor, with your permission, we were proposing that the reading of the charges do continue for the other matters before the court takes any applications. We have consulted with the learned counsel from the defense and they have no objection to that. But this is, of course, subject to Your Honor's direction. In particular, Your Honor, the charges relating to number 20 and 21 refer to the same accused persons, and the second lot, 18 and 19, also refer to the same accused persons. And humbly, subject to your direction, we propose that we proceed with the reading of the charges and taking of plea before applications commence. Most obliged. They're separate files, Your Honor, so we thought we'll bring it to your attention, and of course we are subject to your direction.
So I will not have
Most obliged. No, 21. 21.
Could we propose when we call 21? So that we didn't miss it.
Yes, 21.
21 is the same.
We've done 20.
Anti-corruption case number 21 of 2019, Henry Kiplagat Rotich, Kamau Duge, David Kiptumba Kimosop, absent. Kennedy Nyakundi Nyachiro, absent. Jackson Jao Kinyajui, absent. Titus Muridi, absent. Paolo Poseli, absent. CMC Di Ravena Itinera, absent. CMC Di Ravena Itibera Kenya branch.
Let's see what he says. Let's see what he says. We might jump the gun and it is going to ask you. Yes, Your Honor. And the quorum, especially in respect for the prosecution, remains the same, identical. I can't speak on behalf of the defense.
Your Honor, for the defense, it remains the same. We would only request that you remind yourself that in this case number 21, the accused are 9. The situation being that the third accused is not an accused in case number 21.
Most obliged, John.
Kamau Duge, David Kipchumba Kimosop, Kennedy Nyakundi Nyachiro, Jackson Njau Kinyanjui, Titus Muridi, Paulo Porcelli, CMC Diravena Itinera, CMC Diravena Kenya branch. Count number 1 is for Henry Kibragat Rotich, Kamau Duge, David Kipchumba Kimosop, Kennedy Nyakundi Nyachiro, Jackson Njau Kinyanjui, Titus Muridi, Paulo Porcelli, CMC Diravena Itinera, CMC Diravena Itinera, Kenya branch. The charge is conspiracy to defraud, contrary to section 317 of the Penal Code, part 53, laws of Kenya. The particulars are between the 14th day of December 2014 and 27th September 2018, jointly conspired with others not before the court to engage in a scheme to defraud the government of Kenya US $227,407,605.50 in respect of the development of a rural multipurpose dam by entering into a commercial loan facility agreement, disguising it as a government-to-government loan guaranteed by the Italian government, while knowing that the tender document contained in the request for proposal for the development of the rural multipurpose dam project was a concessional agreement where the intended concessionaire was to be the borrower and financier and not the government of Kenya. True or not true, Henry Muranga, Kamau Uge, David Kipchumba Kimoso, absent. Kennedy Nyakundi Nyanchiro, Jackson Jau Kinyanji, absent. Titus Muredi, absent. Paulo Polseri, CFC Diravena Itinera, also absent. CFC Diravena Itinera, also absent. Count number 2. Count number 2 is for Henry Bragat Rotich, Kamau Duge, Kennedy Yakundi Nyachiro, Jackson Njau Kinyanjui, David Kipchumba Kimoso. The charge is willful failure to comply with applicable procedures and guidelines relating to procurement, contrary to section 45, subsection 2B, as read in section 48 of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act number 3 of 2003. The particulars are between the 17th December 2014 and 27th September 2018, within the Republic of Kenya, being the Cabinet Secretary, Principal Secretary, Chief Economist and Head of Europe 2 Division, Director Resource Mobilization Department of National Treasury and Planning, and the Managing Director, Career Development Authority, respectively, being persons whose functions concern management of public funds, willfully fail to comply with the applicable law relating to procurement, with section 103 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act number 33 of 2015 by directing procuring the loan facilities from the financial, namely BNP Paribas Fortis, SA, stroke NP, Intesa San Paulo SPA, Unicredit SPA, and Unicredit Bank AG for the development of a rural multipurpose dam. True or not true, Henry Bragat Rotich, Kamau Duge, Kennedy Nyakundi Nyanchiro, Jackson Njau Kinyanjui, David Kipchumba Kimoso. Count number 3 is for Henry Bragat Rotich, Kamau Duge, Kennedy Nyakundi Nyanchiro, Jackson Njau Kinyanjui, and David Kipchumba Kimoso. The particulars are between the 17th December 2014 and 27th September 2018, within the Republic of Kenya, being the Cabinet Secretary, Principal Secretary, Chief Economist, and Head of Europe 2 Division, Director Resource Mobilization Department of the National Treasury and Planning, and the Managing Director, Career Development Authority, respectively, irregularly procured through single sourcing and insurance policies to cover what was allegedly a government-to-government loan for the rural multipurpose dam project, contrary to section 103 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Act number 33 of 2015, as read in the Regulation 8, subsection 3 of the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Regulations 2006, thereby causing the government of Kenya to suffer a loss of euro 52,092,311.75 to underwriter of FACE insurance. True or not true? Henry Bragat Rotich, Kamau Duge, Kennedy Nyakundi Nyachiro, Jackson Jau Kinyangi, David Kipchumba Kimoko. Count number 4 is for Henry Kibragat Rotich and Kamau Duge. The charge is willful failure to comply with applicable procedures and guidelines relating to the management of public funds, contract section 45, subsection 2B, as read in section 48 of Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act number 3 of 2006. The particulars are between the 5th of April 2017 and 18th April 2017 within the Republic of Kenya, being the Cabinet Secretary, Principal Secretary, National Treasury and Planning respectively, whose functions concern management of public funds, willfully failed to comply with section 50 subsection 1 of the Public and Finance and Management Act 2012 as read with regulation 56 subsection 1C of the Public Finance and Management Act regulations 2012 by unlawfully entering into a commercial loan agreement for the sum of euro 578 million, thereby exceeding the limit set of 50% of the gross domestic product. True or not true, Henry Bragat Rotich, Kamau Duge. Count number 5. The charge is for Henry Bragat Rotich. The charge is willful failure to comply with applicable procedures and guidelines relating to the management of public funds, contrary to section 45 subsection 2B, as read in section 48 of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act number 3 of 2003. The particulars are between the 18th April 2017 and 28th November 2018 within the Republic of Kenya, being the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury and Planning, whose functions concern management of public funds, which failed to comply with section 50, subsection 6 and 7 of the Public Finance and Management Act 2012 by failing to pay into the consolidated fund the proceeds of a commercial loan amounting to $501,859,818.93. True or not true, Henry Bragat Rotich? Count number 6 is for Henry Bragat Rotich, Kamau Duge, David Kipchumba Kimoko. The charge is engaging in a project without prior planning, contrary to section 45, subsection 2C as read in section 48 of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act number 3 of 2003. The particulars are between 19 December 2015 and 23rd November 2018 within the Republic of Kenya, being the Cabinet Secretary and the Principal Secretary, National Treasury and Planning, and the Managing Director, Career Valley Development Authority, respectively being persons whose functions concern management of public revenue engaged in a project for the development of the Arol multipurpose dam without prior planning. True or not true, Henry Bragat Rotich, Kamau Duge, David Kipchumba Kimoko. Count number 7. The charge is for Henry Bragat Rotich. The charge is abuse of office, contrary to section 46 as read in section 48 of Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act number 3 of 2003. The particulars are of the 18th April 2017 within the Republic of Kenya, being the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury and Planning, used your office to improperly confer a benefit to CMC Di Ravenna Itinera joint venture by unlawfully executing a facility agreement for the funding of the development of the Arrow Multipurpose Dam, thereby conferring them contractual rights and benefits against the government of Kenya. True or not true, Henry Kiplagat? Count number 8, the charge is for Henry Kiplagat Teach. The charge is abuse of office contrary to Section 46 as read in Section 48 of Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act number 3 of 2003. The particulars are on the 18th April 2017 within the Republic of Kenya, being the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury and Planning, used your office to properly confer a benefit to CMC Di Ravenna Itinera joint venture and the parties involved by unlawfully executing a facility agreement for the funding of the development of the Arrow Multipurpose Dam, thereby creating an obligation against the government of Kenya to pay a sum of $407,407,605.50, which amounts to the total contractual amount sum for the development of Arrow Multipurpose Dam. True or not true? Count number 9, the charge is for Henry Kiplagat Teach. The charge is abuse of office contrary to Section 56 as read in Section 48 of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act number 3 of 2003. The particulars are between the 18th April 2017 and 6th November 2018 within the Republic of Kenya, being the Cabinet Secretary, National Treasury and Planning, used their office to improperly confer a benefit of €52,092,311.75 to SACESPA, Associata per Azioni Insurance contrary to Section 8, Subsection 1A and B of the Public Finance Management Act number 18 of 2012, being insurance premium payments extended and lawful. True or not true, Henry Kiplagat Teach. Count number 10. The charge is for Kamau Duke. The charge is abuse of office contrary to Section 46 as read in Section 48 of Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act number 3 of 2003. The particulars are on the 18th May 2017 within the Republic of Kenya, being the Principal Secretary, National Treasury and Planning, used your office to improperly confer a benefit to Intesa San Paulo FDA, London branch, BNP Paribas Fortis SA, NV, Intesa San Paulo SPA, Unicredit SPA, and Unicredit Bank AG, and CMC Di Ravenna Itinera joint venture by unlawfully approving the payment of €2,556,965.58 through payment advice number 112183, dated 24th of May 2017, for the development of the Arrow Multipurpose Dam. True or not true? Count number 11. The charge is for Kamau Dugan. The charge is abuse of office contrary to Section 56 as read in Section 48 of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act number 3 of 2003. The particulars are in the 18th day of July 2017 within the Republic of Kenya, being the Principal Secretary, National Treasury and Planning, used your office to improperly confer a benefit to Intesa San Paulo SPA, London branch, BNP Paribas Fortis SA from NV, Intesa San Paulo SPA, UniCredit SPA and UniCredit Bank AG, and CMC Di Ravenna Itinera joint venture by unlawfully approving the payment of euros 201,982.53 as commitment fees through payment advice number 112308 dated 26 July 2017 for the development of the Arrow multipurpose dam. True or not true? Count number 4. The charge is for Kamau Tuge. The charge is abuse of office contrary to section 46 as read section 48 of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act number 3 of 2003. The particulars are on the 28th December 2017 within the Republic of Kenya, being the Principal Secretary, National Treasury and Planning, used your office to improperly confer a benefit to Intesa San Paulo FTA, London Branch, BNP Paribas Fortis SA/NV, Intesa San Paulo FTA, UniCredit SPA and UniCredit Bank AG, and CMC Di Ravenna Itinera joint ventures by unlawfully approving the payment of euros 30,000 as agency fees through payment advice number 112627 for the development of the Arrow multipurpose dam. True or not? Count number 13. The charge is for Kamau Tuge. The charge is abuse of office contrary to section 46 as read in section 48 of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act number 3 of 2003. The particulars are on 18 January 2018 within the Republic of Kenya, being the Principal Secretary, National Treasury and Planning, used your office to improperly confer a benefit to Intesa San Paulo SPA, London Branch, BNP Paribas Fortis SA/NV, Intesa San Paulo SPA, UniCredit SPA and UniCredit Bank AG, and CMC Di Ravenna Itinera joint venture by unlawfully approving the payment of euros 790,874 and 52 as commitment fees through payment advice number 112655 dated 29 January 2018 for the development of the Arrow multipurpose dam. True or not true? Count number 14. The charge is for Kamau Tuge. The charge is abuse of office contrary to section 46 as read in section 48 of Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act number 3 of 2003. The particulars are on the 18th July 2018 within the Republic of Kenya, being the Principal Secretary, National Treasury and Planning, used your office to improperly confer a benefit to Intesa San Paulo SPA, London Branch, BNP Paribas Fortis SA/NV, Intesa San Paulo SPA, UniCredit SPA, and UniCredit Bank AG, and CMC Di Ravenna Itinera joint venture by unlawfully approving the payment of euro 579,562.20 as commitment fees through payment advice number 113005 dated 9th July 2018 for the development of the Arrow multipurpose dam. True or not true? Count number 15. The charge is for Henry Kibragat Rotich. The charge is willful failure to comply with applicable procedures and guidelines relating to the management of public funds, contrary to section 45, subsection 2b, as read in section 48 of Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act number 3 of 2003. The particulars are: on the 18th April 2017, within the Republic of Kenya, being the Cabinet Secretary and Accounting Officer of the National Treasury and Planning, willfully failed to comply with section 68, subsection 1, as read together with section 68, subsection 2b of the Public Finance and Management Act 2012 by failing to ensure that the facilities agreement in respect to a Arol multipurpose dam entered into between the Government of Kenya and BNP Paribas Fortis SA/NP, Intensa, San Paulo SPA, Unicredit SPA, and Unicredit Bank AG Oslo. True or not true? Count number 16. The charge is for Henry Bragat Rotich, Kamau Duge, Kennedy Nyakundi Nyanchiro, Jackson Njau Kinyanjui, and David Kituba Kosof. The charge is committing an offense of financial misconduct contrary to section 197, subsection 1 or 1, subsection 1 or I of the Public Finance Management Act number 18 of 2012. The particulars are between the 19th day of December 2014 and 23rd November 2018 within the Republic of Kenya, being the Cabinet Secretary, Principal Secretary, Chief Economist, Head of Europe 2 Division, Director Resource Mobilization Department in the National Treasury and Planning, and the Managing Director, Kerio Valley Development Authority, respectively, without lawful authority, caused an improper payment of public funds amounting to euro 93,075,714.96 belonging to the Government of Kenya, being the total sum paid in respect to Arol multipurpose dam project. True or not true? Henry Bragat Rotich, Kamau Duge, Kennedy Nyakundi Nyanchiro. Count number 17. The charge is for count number 18. The charge is for Kipkoech, Francis Chekonga Kipkoech. Number 1, David Kichuma.
Please respond if you are present or not. Please respond.
David is absent. The first one is absent.
Yes, absent. Yeah.
Number 2, William Kimball. Number 3, Paul Kipkoech. Number 5, number 4, Francis Chekonga Kipkoech. Number 5, Samuel Kimutai Kipkoech. Number 6, David Juma Onyango. Number 8, number 7, Patrick Kipto. Number 8, Elizabeth Kibemei. Elizabeth. Okay. Number 9, Esther Chichion. Number 10, Esther. Number 10, Moses Kichuma. Number 11, Nelson Korir. Number 12, Isaac Kiro. Number 13, Patrick Gibson. 14, Frederick Towet. 15, Japan Uto. 16, Charity Muli. 17, Godfrey Mwangi Wahungu. 18, David Walunya Ungare. David. 19, Boniface Moguleo Ledisho. 20, Paulo Hussein. Paulo Hussein.
Absent.
21, Tensi Diravena Kumeraju. 22, Tensi Diravena Kumeraju. Count number 1.
What number is that? What case 5 number? 19.
18.
19. 18.
You are all charged with count number 1. You are all charged with conspiracy to defraud, contrary to section 317 of the Penal Code, Cap 6(3), Laws of Kenya. The particulars are between 17 December 2014 and 27 September 2018, conspired jointly with other before court to unlawfully procure the services of the CMC Ravena JZ for the development of Kimoran multipurpose dance projects and a purported EPC which scheme was designed to defraud the government of Kenya, USD 244,422,163.93. Is it true or not true, David Kichuma Kimeso?
Absent.
Number 2, William Kipkemboi, is it true or not true? Number 3.
Absent, yes.
Number 2, William Kipkemboi Maina, true or not true? Number 3, Paul Kipkoech, true or not true? Number 4, Francis Chekonga Kipkoech, true or not true? Number 5, Samuel Kimutai Kipkoech. David Juma Onyango. Patrick Kipto. Number 8, Elizabeth Kibemei, true or not true? Number 9, Esther Jepchirchir Kiror. No. Number 10, Moses Kichuma. No. Nelson Korir, number 11. Number 12, Isaac Kiru. Absent. Number 13, Patrick Kipsan. Absent. Number 14, Frederick Towet. Absent. Number 15, Jotham Ruto. Number 16, Charity Mui. Number 17, Geoffrey Mwangi Wahungu. Number 18, Charity Mui. Yes? Number 17, Geoffrey Mwangi Wahungu. Number 18, David Walunya Mungari. Absent. David Walunya. 19, Boniface Mamboleo Lengisha. Absent. 20, Paolo Coselli. 21, CMC Giravena Kuminari. 22, CMC Giravena. Count number 2, David Kichumba Kimoko. William Kikemboi Maina, accused 2, and accused 3, Paul Kikoet Serem. You will charge in engaging in a project without prior planning, contrary to section 45 to section 2C, as read in section 48 of the Corruption and Economic Crimes Act number 3 of 2003. The particulars are between 19th December 2014 and 23rd November 2018 within the Republic of Kenya, being the managing director, head of supply chain management, and manager engineering services of the Kenya Valley Development Authority, respectively, being persons whose functions concern management of public revenue, engaged in a project for the development of the Kimorel multi-purpose dam without prior planning, leading to a loss of euro 23,075,996. Is it true or not true, David Kichumba? Absent. Count number 2, William Kikemboi Maina. Count number 3, Paul Kikoet Serem. Count 3, David Kichumba Kimoko. Is 2, William Kikemboi Maina. 3, Paul Kikoet Serem. 4, Francis Chikonga Kikech. 5, Samuel Kimutai K. 6, David Juma Onyango. 7, Patrick Kipto. 8, Elizabeth Kebenei. 9, Esther Jepchirchir Kiron. 10, Moses Kichumba. 11, Nelson Karir. 12, Isaac Kiru. 13, Patrick Kisang. We all charged with willful failure to comply with applicable procedures and guidelines relating to public procurement, contrary to section 55(2)(b), as well as section 58 of the Corruption and Economic Crimes Act number 3 of 2003. The particulars are between 19th December 2014 and 5th April 2017, within the Republic of Kenya, being the managing director and the members of the tender committee of the Kenya Valley Development Authority, respectively, conscious concern the management of public revenue, failed to comply with section 29 of the Public-Private Partnership Act, procuring an investor to undertake the development of the Kimorel multi-purpose dam project. Is it true or not true, David Kichuma? Point number 2, William Kikomboi Maina, true or not true? 3, Paul Kikoet Serem, true or not true? 4, Francis Chikonga Kikech. 5, Samuel Kimutai Kikech. 5, Samuel Kimutai Kikech, true or not true? 6, David Juma Onyango, true or not true? 7, Patrick Kipto, true or not true? 8, Elizabeth Kibenei, true or not true? 9,
Absent.
9, Esther Jepchirchir Kiron, true or not true? Esther Jepchirchir. Can you speak louder?
You see that?
10, Moses Kichumba. 11, Nelson Karir.
Absent.
Absent. 12, Isaac Kiru.
Absent.
13, Patrick Kisang.
Absent.
14, Frederick Chowet.
Absent.
15, Jotham Uto. 16, Charity Muli. Count number 4, David Kichumba Moko. 1, William Kikemboi Maina. Kipkoech Serem, 4 Francis Chepkonga Kipkech, 5 Samuel Kimutai Kosri, 6 David Juma Onyango, 7 Patrick Kipto, 8 Elizabeth Ibenei, 9 Esther Jepchichu Kiror, 10 Moses Kipchumba, 11 Nelson Korir, 12 Isaac Hero, 13 Patrick Kipsang. You are all charged with willful failure to comply with applicable procedures and guidelines relating to public procurement, contrary to Section 55(2)(b) and under Section 58 of the Corruption and Economic Crimes Act number 3 of 2003. The particulars are between 19th December 2014 and 5th April 2017 within the Republic of Kenya, being the Managing Director and the members of the Tender Committee of the Keio Valley Development Authority respectively, whose functions concern the management of public revenue, failed to comply with the law on public procurement, to which Section 66, Subsection 2 of the Public Procurement and Disposal Act 205, by failing to conduct the evaluation and set out in the tender document for the development of the Muranga multipurpose dam project. Is it true or not true, David? Accused 2, William Kemboi Maina, true or not true? Accused 3, Paul Kipkoech Serem, 4, Francis Chepkonga Kipkech, 5, Samuel Kimutai Koskei, 6, David Juma Onyango, 7, Patrick Kipto, 8, Elizabeth Kibenei,
Absent.
9, Esther Jepchichu Kirot, 10, Moses Kipchumba, 11, Nelson Korir,
Absent.
12, Isaac Hero,
Absent.
13, Patrick Kipsang,
Absent.
Patrick Kipsang,
Is absent.
14, Frederick Towai,
Absent.
15, Jotam Ruto, 16, Charity Moui. Count number 5, David Kipchumba Kimusu.
Yes.
David Kipchumba Kimusu. Count number 6, David Kipchumba Kimusu. Count number 7, David Kipchumba Kimusu. William Kipungwei Maina, is 2. 3, Paul Kipkoech Serem. 4, Francis Chepkonga Kipkech. 5, Samuel Kimutai Koskei. 6, David Juma Onyango. 7, Patrick Kipto. 8, Elizabeth Kibenei. 9, Esther Jepchichu Kiror. 10, Moses Kipchumba. 11, Nelson Korir. 12, Isaac Hero. 13, Patrick Kipsang. You are all charged with willful failure to comply with applicable procedures and guidelines relating to public procurement, contrary to Section 45(2)(b) as under Section 48 of the Corruption and Economic Crimes Act number 3 of 2003. The particulars are between the 19th December 2014 and 5th April 2014 within the Republic of Kenya, being the Managing Director and the members of the Tender Committee of the Keio Valley Development Authority respectively, whose functions concerns the management of public revenue, failed to comply with the law on public procurement, to which Section 66, Subsection 2 of the Public Procurement and Disposal Act 2005, by failing to conduct the evaluation using the procedures set out in the document for the development of the Muranga multipurpose dam project. Is it true or not true, David? True or not true, William? Accused 2. Accused 3, Paul Kipkoech Serem. Accused 4, Francis Chepkonga. 5, Samuel Kimutai Koskei. 6, David Juma Onyango. 7, Patrick Kipto. 8, Elizabeth Kibenei.
Absent.
9, Esther Jepchichu Kirot. 10, Moses Kipchumba. 11, Nelson Korir.
Absent.
12, Isaac Hero.
Absent.
13, Patrick Kipsang. Count number 8, David Kipchumba.
Just a minute.
There are some more accused persons.
Number
There are
4.
some more accused persons in the same count.
Number 14.
Accused number 14, Frederick Towet.
Absent.
Jotam Ruto. 16, Charity Moui.
number 8, accused number 1, David Kichumba Kimoko, 2, William Kipkemboi Maina, 3, Paul Kifoej Serem. You were charged with willful failure to comply with applicable procedures and guidelines relating to the management of public funds, contrary to Section 55 to Section 2B, as read in Section 48 of the Corruption and Economic Crimes Act, number 3 of 2003. The particulars are: on or before December 2014, being the Managing Director, Head of Supply Chain Management, and Manager Engineering Services of the KO Valley Development Authority, willfully failed to comply with the law to wit Section 33 of the Public-Private Partnership Act by failing to ensure that a feasibility study was undertaken prior to the initiation of the Kimwarai Dam project. True or not true, David?
Absent.
2, William Kipkemboi Maina. 3, Paul Kifoej Serem. Count number 9. Accused number 17, Geoffrey Mwangi Wahongu. And 18, David Walunya Ongare. 19, Boniface Mangoleo Lengisho. You were charged with willful neglect to perform official duty contrary to Section 128 as read in Section 56 of the Penal Code. The particulars are: between the 19th June 2017 and 4th April 2018 within the Republic of Kenya, being officers of the National Environment Management Authority NEMA, willfully neglected to perform official duties by failing to ensure that the applications made for the issuance of the environmental and social impact assessment license for the development of Kimwarai Multipurpose Dam project met the conditions set out under Section 53 of the Environmental Management and Coordination Act number 8 of 1999. Is it true or not true, Godfrey Mwangi?
Not true.
Accused 18, David Walunya Ongare.
Absent.
19, Boniface Mangoleo Lengisho.
Absent.
It is getting complex. It is probably that they can just explain that they are different ideas. Getting complex. Getting complex.
Sorry, Your Honor, just before we move to the next one, we note that the accused persons are different from those in the other two files. So we're just wondering whether the defense could confirm whether the same quorum applies.
Your Honor, the representation is completely different in this case. In respect to case number 18 and number 19.
May it please you, Your Honor. Taib Ali Taib, my learned friend Emily Kamau, DDPP, my learned friend Alexander Muteti, SADPP, my learned friend Victor Owiti, SPC, and my learned friend Madam Wakio Mwamburi, PC, appearing for the prosecution.
For the defense, Your Honor, for the first to the fourth accused, the representation is myself, Katwa Kigan, Mr. Ojijo, and Ms. Mudeu. Yes, Mudeu, M-U-T-H-E-U. And that representation is for the first to the fourth accused, Your Honor, 6th and 7th, 9th and 10th, and 15th and 16th. For the fifth accused, Your Honor, I appear together with Mr. Lagat, Mr. Marimoy, and Mr. Kiprono. My learned friend, Mr. Kwandaru, appears for the 17th accused. Gwandaru, may I spell it, Your Honor? G-W-A-N-D-A-R-U for the 17th accused. For the 18th accused, Your Honor, there is Mr. Eric Theuri and Mr. Atukunda. Sorry, Miss, I apologize. Miss Atukunda. I apologize. 18 years. And for the 20th, 21st, and 22nd accused, 20, 21, and 22 accused is Mr. Anami, Kevin Anami, and Mr. Mugo. The others, Your Honor, I do not have indication of their representation, and they are not present.
Anti-corruption case number 19 of 2019. David Kipfumba Kimoso.
Absent.
Absent. William Kipkemboi Maina. Paul Kipkoe Serem. Francis Chepkonga Chipkech. Samuel Kimutai Toskei. David Juma Unyago. Patrick Kiptop. Elizabeth Kebenei. Elizabeth Kebenei. Absent. Esther Jepchirchir Kirot. Moses Kiptumba. Nelson Korir. Nelson Korir. Absent. Isaac Kiru.
Absent.
Absent. Patrick Kipsang.
Absent.
Absent. Frederick Tawet. Absent. Jordan Ruto. Charity Mui. Charity Mui. Geoffrey Mwangi Wahungu. David Walunya Ongare. David Walunya Ongare. Absent. Boniface Mamboleo Lengisho. Boniface Mamboleo. Absent. Paolo Poseli. Absent. CMC Di Ravenna Itinera. Absent. CMC Di Ravenna Itinera Kenya Branch. Absent. You have been duly charged with conspiracy to defraud to section 317 of the Penal Code, chapter 63, laws of Kenya. And the particulars of the offense is that between 17th December 2014 and 27th September 2018, conspired jointly with others not before the court to unlawfully procure the service of the CMC Di Ravenna Itinera JV for the development of the Arrow Multipurpose Dam Project and the purported EPC, which scheme was designed to defraud the government of Kenya, Kenya shilling government of Kenya of $407,407,605.50. David Kipchumba Kimosop, absent. William Kipkemboi Maina, true or not true? Paul Kipkoech Serem, true or false? Francis Chepkonga Kipkech, Samuel Kimutai Oskei, David Juma Onyango, Patrick Kiptu, Elizabeth Kebenei, absent. Esther Jepchirchir Kirol, Moses Kiptumba, Nelson Korir, absent. Isaac Kiru, absent. Patrick Kipsang, absent. Frederick Stowet, absent. Jotham Ruto, Charity Mui, Geoffrey Mwangi, David Walunya Ongare, absent. Boniface Mamboleo, absent. Paolo Kosheli, absent. CMC Di Ravenna, absent. And CMC Di Ravenna, Kenya Branch, absent. Count number 2, David Kiptumba Kimosop, absent. William Kipkemboi Maina, Paul Kipkoech Serem. You have been given the charge with engaging in a project without prior planning, contrary to section 45 2C, section 48 of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act number 3 of 2003. And the particulars of the offense is that between 19 December 2014 and 23 November 2018, within the Republic of Kenya, being the Managing Director, Head of Supply Chain Management, and Manager Engineering Service of the Kerio Valley Development Authority, respectively, being persons whose functions concern management of public revenue, engaged in a project for the development of the Arrow Multipurpose Dam without prior planning, leading to a loss of euro 93,075,714.96. David Kiptumba Kimosop, absent. William Kipkemboi Maina, true or not true? Paul Kipkoech Serem, not true. Count number 3, David Kipchumba Kimosop, William Kipkemboi Maina, Paul Kipkoech Serem, Francis Chepkonga Kipkech, Samuel Kimutai Oskei, David Juma Onyango, Patrick Kiptu, Elizabeth Kebenei, Esther Jepchirchir, Moses Kiptumba, Nelson Korir, Isaac Piru, Patrick Kipsang, Frederick Towet, Jotham Ruto, and Charity Mui. You have been jointly charged with willful failure to comply with applicable procedures and guidelines relating to public procurement, contrary to section 45 2B, as in section 48 of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act number 3 of 2003. And the particulars of the offense is that between 19 December 2014 and 5th April 2017, public revenue failed to comply with Section 29 of the Public-Private Partnership Act while procuring an investor to undertake development of the Arrow Multipurpose Dam Project. David Kiptumba Kimosop, William Kemboi Maina, not true. Paul Kipkoech Serem, Francis Chepkonga Kipkech, Samuel Kimutai Koskei, David Juma Onyango, Patrick Kipto, Elizabeth Kebenei, absent. Esther Jeb Chirchir, Moses Kiptumba, Nelson Korir, absent. Isaac Piro, absent. Patrick Kipsang, absent. Frederick Kawet, absent. Jordan Ruto, Charity Mui. Count number 4. David Kiptumba Kimosop, William Kipkemboi Maina, Paul Kipkoech Serem, Francis Chepkonga Kipkech, Samuel Kimutai Koskei, David Duma Onyango, Patrick Kiptu, Elizabeth Kebenei, Esther Jepkirtir, Moses Kiptumba, Nelson Korir, Isaac Piro, Patrick Kipsang, Frederick Kowet, Jordan Ruto, and Charity Mui. You have been jointly charged with willful failure to comply with the applicable procedures and guidelines relating to public procurement contrary to Section 45 2B as in Section 48 of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act number 3 of 2003. And the particulars of the offense is that between 19 December 2014 and 5th April 2017, within the Republic of Kenya, being the Managing Director and the members of the Tender Committee of the Kerio Valley Development Authority, respectively, whose functions concern the management of public revenue, failed to comply with the law on public procurement to which Section 66(2) of the Public Procurement and Disposal Act 2005 by failing to conduct the evaluation as set out in the tender document for the development of the Arrow Multipurpose Dam Project. David Kiptumba Kimosop, absent. William Kipkemboi Maina, not true. Paul Kipkoech, Francis Chepkonga, Samuel Kimutai, David Duma Onyango, Patrick Kiptu, Elizabeth Kebenei, absent. Esther Jepchirchir, Moses Kiptumba, Nelson Korir, absent. Isaac Piro, absent. Patrick Kipsang, absent. Frederick Kowet, absent. Jordan Bruto, Charity Mui. Count number 5. David. Count number 5. Absent. Count number 6. Absent. Count 6. Absent, Your Honor. Count number 7. David Kiptumba Kimosop, William Kipkemboi Maina, Paul Kipkoech Serem, Francis Chepkonga Kipkech, Samuel Kimutai Koskei, David Duma Onyango, Patrick Kipto, Elizabeth Kebenei, Esther Jepchirchir, Moses Kiptumba, Nelson Korir, Isaac Kiro, Patrick Kipsang, Frederick Towet, Jordan Ruto, and Charity Mui. You have been charged with willful failure to comply with the applicable procedures and guidelines relating to public procurement contrary to Section 45 2B as read in Section 48 of the Anti-Corruption and Economic Crimes Act number 3 of 2003. And the particulars is that between 19 December 2014 and 5th April 2017, within the Republic of Kenya, being the Managing Director and the members of the Tender Committee of the Kerio Valley Development Authority, respectively, whose function concern the management of public revenue paid to comply with the law on public procurement with Section 662 of the Public Procurement and Disposal Act 2005 by failing to conduct the evaluation using the procedures set out in the tender document for the development of the Aror Multipurpose Dam Project. David Kipchumba, William Kemboi Maina, true or not true? Paul Kipkoech Serem, Francis Cheponga Kipkit, Samuel Kimutai Koskei, David Duma Onyango, Patrick Kiptu, Elizabeth Kebene, absent, Esther Depchirtil, Moses Kipchumba, Nelson Korir, absent, Isaac Kiru, absent, Patrick Kipsam, absent, Frederick Towet, absent, Jordan Bruto, Charity Muya. Count number 8. Geoffrey Mwangi Wahungu, David Walunya Ongare, Boniface Mamboleo Lengisho, you have been jointly charged with willful neglect to perform official duty contrary to Section 128 and Section 36 of the Penal Code. And the particulars of the offense is that between 19 June 2017 and 14 April 2018, within the Republic of Kenya, being officers of the National Environment Management Authority, NEMA, willfully neglected to perform your official duties by failing to ensure that the application made for the issuance of the environmental and social impact assessment license for the development of the Aror Multipurpose Dam Project met the condition set out under Section 63 of the Environment Management and Coordination Act No. 8 of 1989. Geoffrey Mwangi Wahungu. Not true. David Walunya. Absent. Boniface Mambolea. Absent. That's all.
Your Honor, with your kind permission, we wish to make an application in case number 20 of 2019. And Your Honor, we are making this application on behalf of the first accused, the second accused, the third accused, and the fifth accused. Your Honor, in order to save on court time, we've agreed as Defense Counsel, we make a joint application, and my colleagues may wish to supplement this application if need be. Your Honor, we are also kindly requesting, yes. Yes, for release on bail. No, accused 1, accused 2, accused 3, and accused 5. Those are the people who are before this court and who have taken a plea today. Your Honor, this was agreed by Defense Counsel so that we save the court's time, and they will be at liberty to supplement just in case I've left anything out. Sorry, Your Honor.
When they supplement, every advocate wants to be heard by the client. They will start again. So if you are presenting all of them, you are the defense counsel says so, you are not allowing them here.
We say,
Your Honor, the agreement is that Mr. Kilukumi and Mr. Murkomen are the only ones who will address you. And with your permission, we would like to, that it applies to all the 4 cases, Your Honor. All the 4 files. And the only people who will address you are Mr. Kilukumi and Mr. Murkomen.
All the 4 files, Your Honor. We believe that way we will save the court's time instead of having to repeat the same things. Yes. That you take it as a consolidated application. SEC 18, 19, 21.
We have no objection, Your Honor. The matter is as my learned friend Mr. Kilokumi has presented it.
We are most grateful. Yes. 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 Your Honor, we are making an application for release of the accused persons who have taken plea before you under Article 49, Sub-Article 1H of the Constitution of Kenya. All the accused persons are entitled to be admitted to bail or to bond on reasonable conditions, unless there are compelling reasons why they should not be so released. We are not aware of any compelling reason why the accused persons cannot be admitted to bail or bond. On the contrary, Your Honor, there are compelling reasons why the accused persons should immediately be admitted to bail. The first accused person has fully cooperated with the investigative agencies. He has visited the Directorate of Criminal Investigations on 7 different occasions, spending over 40 hours with the investigators. He made each and every document they requested available. Where translations were required from foreign languages, that was facilitated and done. The first accused has basically done everything that a suspect can possibly do to help investigators. The second accused person, for the very first time, it was yesterday that he knew that there were investigations. He has never been asked to record any statement. He was completely surprised when he was being arrested. A decision has been made to prosecute him without affording him the basic right to be heard, so that those who take the decision to prosecute may rationally arrive at such decisions. Nonetheless, what is important at this stage, both the first accused and the second accused are Kenya citizens, resident in Kenya, and like all the other accused persons, they are fixed abode, very well known to the prosecution. The third accused person, a permanent secretary. This gracious lady was on her way to the airport when she heard the news that DCI would want to have to spend some time with her. She turned back, cancelled her trip to South Africa, and that is the hallmark of a responsible citizenry. She stands out as a responsible citizen. She could easily have taken her flight to South Africa, and she would not be here today. And this script runs nearly to all the accused persons that are before you and who have taken plea. They presented themselves to various police stations, and they have come before this court. They are not a flight risk at all. They have fixed abodes, and they have each and every intention to attend their trial from start to finish. Your Honor, we are traveling a very well-trodden path under Article 49 of the Constitution. The only primary and important consideration for the court before it admits anyone to bail is whether or not they will turn up for their trial. Your Honor, my instructions are each and every one of the accused persons who have taken plea before you will attend court faithfully from trial when it commences to the very end. Your Honor, the accused persons face serious charges, serious allegations involving public funds. No one can run away from that aspect. But as a matter of law, these remain nothing else but allegations. And allegations to face anyone is nothing else but a misfortune. It's just a misfortune that they are facing these grave allegations. The Constitution under Article 50 sub-article 2 presumes all these accused persons to be innocent. And we are therefore standing and starting from a clean slate. These are innocent persons under the law who seek the court to release them on reasonable conditions so that their liberties and freedoms are not curtailed during the pendency of this trial. Your Honor, the Constitution speaks of reasonable conditions, and we ask you to consider releasing each of these accused persons on reasonable conditions. Our understanding of reasonable conditions are conditions that would allow an accused person to reasonably access bail or bond. The conditions should not be such as to practically grant bail yet deny it by giving impossible conditions. Your Honor, you have long experience in these matters, and we have no doubt that you will exercise your discretion judiciously in considering what would be reasonable conditions for the release of the accused persons. And Your Honor, with those reasons, for those reasons, we ask you to grant our prayer. I will now ask my colleague, Senator Murkomen, to address you. But when he appears here, is Mr. Murkomen.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, my learned friend, Senior Lukumi, has done so well in submitting on the areas we have agreed. Suffice to add that I just want to add two things. One, Your Honor, if you look at all the accusations against you, in all the four cases, there is no accusation that suggests that the accused have benefited from these allegations, and that there is no allegation that they have conferred themselves any benefit directly from this from these four cases. And therefore, when you are considering the bail terms, Your Honor, I beg that you put into consideration the fact that there is no accusation here that any of these ladies and gentlemen benefited from this purported looting of public resources. Number two is that, Your Honor, just like Senior Counsel Lukumi has said, Article 49 of the Constitution talks about reasonable terms, bail terms. this must be juxtaposed on the position that one is innocent until proven guilty. Therefore, Your Honor, we believe that as you exercise your discretion, please bear in mind that the bail terms should not be such that the accused will find themselves in a situation where they are being punished in the interim when they are innocent and their guilty has not been proven by anybody. The last thing I would like to say is that, Your Honor, please put into consideration also the fact that most of the KVDA staff, especially in case number 18 and 19, are very junior employees, and they earn very meager amount, and they are basically not going to, please don't treat them like any other person. Don't generalize. That's what I'm trying to say. Don't generalize their situation, because some of them are really, really very junior staff in the parastatal itself. And the last thing I'd like to say is that not everybody is facing the same charges, Your Honor. For example, the accused number 3 is only, her name is only indicated in case number 20, P.S. Susan Koech. She's been there only served public for less than one and a half years. And interestingly, Your Honor, she came into the ministry in March 2018. The period that the DPP is investigating for planning and procurement is from 2014 to September 2018. So if you look at the period she's been in the ministry, and regarding the accusations, it's only 6 months. The DPP never bothered to think about who was the PS from 2014, who was the cabinet secretary from 2014 to the period. So you can realize, Your Honor, for that short stint period, and for the short period she served in public service, it would be unfair to generalize the bail terms for someone who has served very short stint in public service. The last thing I'd like to say is that if you look at all these accused, from the accused number 1, number 2, number 3, to the last, they have diligently served the public. They've given many hours, just like yourself, Your Honor, many, many hours to public service. Then just one day, one would think that, it's not possible, Your Honor, after putting such period of time on public service, for any person who has served the public to say that one is a flight risk, or to say that they are not patriotic enough and they love their country. What these ladies and gentlemen are up to is to be afforded the opportunity to prove their innocence, and they are very eager to do so. And I would hope that, Your Honor, you will consider the same when granting reasonable bail terms as contemplated in Article 49 of the Constitution. I thank you.
May it please you, may it please you, Your Honor, for the record, we would like to disabuse anyone We want no adjournments. The DPP wants no quota, no leeway. He wants to get the job done as quickly as is humanly possible. We bear in mind only the saying that procedure is the handmaiden of justice. And therefore, as quickly as the procedure will allow the attainment of justice, we are ready and willing to proceed and cooperate with this court to ensure that we finalize this case as quickly as possible. And we will be urging the court, when granting hearing dates, to give us consecutive, continuous dates so that we can finalize the same. In respect to the application that has been made by my learned friends, I wish to put on record that it is not correct that the DPP did not bother to find out details of which officer served in which office at which moment in time. To the contrary, the DPP has been meticulous, has been thorough, and has ensured that he has put together a case that will convince this court to return convictions against the accused persons. Our case is not that the accused persons are innocent, even though the court and the law presumes them to be innocent until proven guilty. To the contrary, and as can be expected, our case is that the accused persons have not been at their stations working for the public good of the citizens of this great Republic of Kenya. Our case is that they have been at their workstation, employing their time, working for their own personal benefit. But let me pause there for a while, my lord. Let me attempt to save the time of this honorable court by putting forward a proposition that may assist all sides. If my proposition is declined, then I will request to be allowed to respond completely and exhaustively to the application that has been made by my learned friends. We propose to learned counsel for the defense, and through them to the accused persons, that the interest of the deputy public prosecutor is to ensure their attendance in court for their trial. That is his paramount goal. Not to seek retribution through denial of bail. If the accused persons are willing to surrender all their passports and all their travel documents to this honorable court, I'm saying all their passports and all their travel documents because some have multiple travel documents. If they are willing to keep away from their places of work, if they're willing not to approach any of our witnesses, if they're willing to bind themselves before this court, not to tamper with documentary or any other evidence, if they are willing to provide adequate sureties for their attendance for the trial, if they are willing to accede to these conditions, we will have no problem with what they have requested. The amounts of monies that this republic has lost through these accused persons is immense, Your Honor. And we will be praying to the court that if these requirements are met and acceded to by the accused persons, we will be praying to this court to fix or to consider fixing the terms of such bail to be commensurate to the billions whose loss has been occasioned by these accused persons. It is a proposition that we make on a without prejudice basis to our right to response, and it is an application that we are making in good faith to save the court's time. And before I sit down, Your Honor, so that we can receive the response of my learned friends on the defense, I would like again to put it on record that we do not agree or accept or concede to any of the submissions that have been made by my learned friends. None whatsoever. That is all, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor, I am grateful to my senior for being a professional and accepting that bail is a right that accused persons ordinarily would enjoy. That's what professionalism calls for. Your Honor, these conditions that he is proposing are acceptable to the applicants before you. Where it relates to passports, Your Honor, and travel documents, this will only apply to those of the accused persons who have passports and traveling documents. Not all of them have these documents. Some of them have, some of them do not have. On the question of sureties, we ask Your Honor to use your discretion on question of sureties, because that only comes in if a party is not able to post a cash bail and is admitted to bond. It may be a term of the bond condition that sureties be provided. We ask Your Honor to exercise your discretion so that if you give us the alternative of cash bail, the issue of surety does not arise. And where there is that alternative, an applicant who pursues the alternative may have to post the sureties. And in fact, I've conferred with my senior and he says that is acceptable to the prosecution team. And then finally, Your Honor, I turn to the billions. This, I said, are nothing else but allegations. Are there billions inside the applicant's pockets, back pocket or front pocket? There aren't those billions. And what the Constitution requires and instructs this court to do is to give reasonable conditions. Reasonable condition may involve the court looking at what is at stake, how much has been lost. But the court must be careful not to take away the primary consideration that has been laid down by case law. The issue is simply, will the accused turn up for trial? How does it help the prosecution if the court was to make an order, deposit a huge sum of money, and we assume an applicant is able to deposit that money, and he flees his trial? That does not serve any purpose. And that's why the Constitution uses the words reasonable conditions. Indeed, in our experience, those who wish to run away from their trials are quite quick to deposit money in the secure knowledge that he will never turn up for trial. This has been our experience in drug cases, narcotics, and others. So the question is never about billions. It is about, will this person turn up for trial? In fact, you can free them on a free bond, and they turn up for their trial. That's all, Your Honor.
Documents and evidence.
In order to adopt the system for case management, then my proposal is that we pick a date for the case management, and in the meanwhile we will supply every counsel and accused persons with the documents.
So can I say that you will be ready for the trial conference in 14 days?
Yes, that will be all right. Would Your Honor like 21 days? So that because of the number of the accused persons and the fact that some have not appeared before you today, and the fact that some advocates have gone on record but have not themselves appeared, if my understanding is correct, I am just being realistic that we need to sort out those logistics, provide everybody with their set of documents, and then come here to confirm before you, and then proceed even on a daily basis.
Within those 1 days, we have exchanged documents, and maybe you'll have had one conference between yourselves.
That is all right, my lord.
So you exchange documents within the next 7 days?
That is in order, Your Honor.
And then after maybe 3-4 days, you conference between yourself and the defense to compare what you have received. Then on the 21st day is just for the trial conference.
Yes.
Is that in order?
That is in order, Your Honor. That is in order.
It's now 1. How long do you expect me to take to read the reading? We've been here since. Yeah? I'm not a robot.
Your Honor, before you say when you're going to give the ruling, yes. We had a few issues to address, a few housekeeping issues to address you on, and we seek your direction.
Also that.
Yes.
So, Your Honor, with the permission of my learned friend, Senior Tayo, in respect of those persons who have not appeared, the DPP has instructed us to indicate to this court that we are prepared to have them appear voluntarily before the DCI before the close of business tomorrow, and those that fail to show up, then warrants of arrest can issue. So that we don't have to return to court over that matter. We have also noted that there is counsel in court for the two companies, that is CMC Di Ravenna Itinera and CMC Di Ravenna Kenya branch, who is in court, and one Paolo Poselli, who is a foreigner and is also not in court. Particularly would want Paolo, this is P-A, Paolo Poselli, P-O-R-C-E-L-L-I. Yes, we would specifically want to know from the council who has been placed on record for those three whether they are prepared within the same timeline that we have set to present themselves to the DCI, because we have had problems specifically getting hold of them. So that then, if he has no instructions on that, international warrants do issue against the directors of those companies and this gentleman, Paolo, whom we have named in the charge sheet. Then, Your Honor, the other matter that I would wish to ask the court also to give directions on is when we are to return to this court for purposes of plea for those who will have presented themselves to the DCI by close of business tomorrow, and we would propose that Friday would be a suitable day unless Your Honor directs otherwise. Friday will be 26th. Yes, Your Honor, 26th. Thank you, Your Honor.
As for the second group of Mr. Muteti's submissions, is accused appearing for Di Ravenna. Mr. Nami, yes.
So, our instructions as such, we received them this morning, and we are limited to appearance today.
Yes.
We need to confer with our client, who is presently out of the country. And on account of the fact that he's out of the country, it would be difficult for us to commit to attend to the DCI's offices by tomorrow. So we do not have any instructions as to travel arrangements. And we've been requesting that the share of warrants be issued at this point in time, maybe for summons issue, so that our client can now receive those summons and make arrangements to attend to the DCI as other is possible. This should be our request.
You will serve the summons and all?
Sorry, Your Honor?
You will serve the summons out of the country?
We undertake to serve the summons if we are given the opportunity to do so. The only reason is we are also communicating with them through their lawyers. As in regards to all of change. In regards to the companies, Your Honor, we do not know who has been appointed as the authorized agent to take plea on behalf of the companies. So again, we need to get this verified and documented so that we can properly address this to the DCI. So our request would be to get a bit more time to get more information in regards to this three.
These are various steps.
you have instructions to take the document?
Yes, we do. Just like what we had in regards to the second accused person, at least in regards to Paolo Cocelli, he has not been summoned, his statement has not been taken. And that's the reason why we want him to be served with a document, so we can be able to advise him on what charges he's actually facing and direct his incident.
Which case?
SSC number 18. 19. Yes. My instructions are that the accused must travel out of the country to the UK. Travel to the accused 18? Yes, accused number 18. Travel to the UK on official work-related assignments. When I left the country on the 20th of July 2015. When he is expected back to the country on Thursday. Yes. For that reason, Your Honor, I will not appear before the DCI tomorrow as being requested by my senior line to lay from the prosecution. Your Honor, I also have a 2-day trial an anti-corruption trial. We are finalizing the defenses on the 25th and 26th. No, that's criminal case number 5, 2013. We need to finalize the defenses. Then after that reason, now, criminal case number 5, 2014. And for that reason, we kindly asking that we do appear on the 29th of July for offices of deputy. You can't delegate. That's for plea. You really don't be able to delegate their legal. Yeah, you can't hold a trial just for a plea taking. It was hearing or listening to you. Yes, Your Honor, we appreciate. You know how we do this? Yes, of course. I appreciate that. I suppose Your Honor, you also appreciate that some of these matters, especially when you have dealings with the client for quite a bit of time, they feel very, very comfortable when you appear, when they are appearing for you. And Your Honor, since you are saying the only difference is a day.
What about you tell them that the court refused? Because
Your Honor, we basically are pleading with this question to just give it a it's basically a plea. We appreciate that we basically make it.
But you've heard my sentiments. Eh?
Yes, Your Honor. If in the event that you make this correction,
okay.
but I do confirm that on my counter.
Your Honor, I have instructions also in respect to Mr. Kimosop, David Kimosop, who is the first accused in case number 18 and number 19. Is accused number 1 in case number, sorry, is first accused in case number 8, in case 18 and 19. And he is accused number 4 in case number 20. And is accused number 3 in case number 21. Your Honor, the instructions I have is that he had traveled out of the country, and more specifically that he had traveled to Congo. His original plan was to have come back by Saturday. Upon learning of the interest that the DPP has on him, I requested him to come earlier, and indicated to me the earliest he could make it to get to Kenya would be midday on Thursday. For that reason, Your Honor, I very kindly request that I present him on Friday if you firm up Friday as the date of taking plea, or on such future date as you fix. But in whichever case, Your Honor, I pray that he be excused from the requirement that he must appear before the DCI's office by close of date tomorrow, and that the date can be scheduled any time after Thursday midday. Your Honor, I also have instructions in respect to accused number 14 in case number 18 and 19. Number 14 in case 18 and 19, that's Frederick Towet. Your Honor, Mr. Towet is unwell, and he is fairly advanced in age, and he is struggling with diabetes and high blood pressure. He is on a bed rest, Your Honor, and I have requested him to consult with his doctor if he can appear by Thursday. If I had consulted with my colleagues, I would have made it earlier to Wednesday, but I very kindly request for accommodation up to Thursday. And subject to the date you will firm up for hearing, we request that I present him on the date of the taking of plea, if possible on Friday. For the defense, we would really appreciate if the plea could be taken on Monday, but we leave it to you, Your Honor. We make it as a request. Lastly, Your Honor, on behalf of the defense, we request that on the date for taking plea in respect to the parties who have not appeared, the rest of the accused do not need to appear. The accused that have already taken plea.
Your Honor, subject to your agreement, because yours is the final word. Subject to your agreement, we have no objection to Mr. Kimosop being given extended time to Thursday when he returns to present himself to the DCI on Thursday afternoon for processing. Nor do we have any objection to Mr. Towet, who we will take learned counsel's word, is ill. I have never had a reason to doubt my learned friend, Mr. Keegan. We are willing also for the extension of time for his ill client to attend and present himself to the DCI on Thursday afternoon, also for processing. We also have no objection to the accused persons who have already taken plea not attending during the continued session for plea taking. The DPP is not unreasonable, he is very reasonable. But we do ask, Your Honor, that there are 4 accused persons who I believe are present here today and have taken plea but have not presented themselves to the DCI for processing, and the others who failed to attend should not be exempted from the requirement to present themselves before the DCI by tomorrow afternoon, failing which warrants should issue to compel their attendance before this honorable court. My final concern, Your Honor, and which you will have witnessed yourself, is the ensuing knots in the string that are presenting themselves before you. The unfolding scenario of accused persons not presenting themselves, advocates presenting themselves but not having full instructions, etc., etc. I would request, in light of these circumstances, that you also suspend your timetable until the continued plea taking on the day you will decide, when things will firm up and we'll be able to set a time schedule. Your Honor had indicated your inclination towards fixing a timetable for case management, and you had indicated 21 days, and within those 21 days certain things were to happen at different deadlines. Because of the fluidity of the situation, and because we are fixing another date for plea taking for those who have not taken their pleas, and because we are not sure who will attend and who will not attend the second plea taking, my request is that Your Honor suspend any timetable until that second plea taking, which is either Friday or any day that Your Honor will decide. Depending on the circumstances, then the timetable can be set. I have, before addressing you on this issue, consulted with my learned friends from the defense, and they are in agreement. At least I consulted those nearest to me. Thank you, Your Honor.
You are saying for those who will not appear, we don't do anything till they appear.
What I'm saying, that the timetable, whether it's that we must produce documents within a certain time and that the case management date should be on a certain time, we should not fix those dates now. We should consider and fix those dates when we come back before you for the second round. Yes, just one final request, Your Honor, to my learned friends and to the representatives of the accused persons, for those who are not representing themselves, is that we require to receive their full addresses plus email addresses so that the flow of information to them can be that much easier.
Just now. That's okay.
And just as they were represented by my learned friend Mr. Kilokumi and Senator Murkomen, if they can also channel those addresses through them to us, it will make it so much easier to give them all the documents they require. Thank you, Your Honor. Yes. Correct. That is very correct, Your Honor.
also meeting the eligible bids. Also the yeah? Yes? It should be given for 8 hours. So that you are made in the past. So that the one at least passes me the issue of the consent. It should be held by the time of not passing like maybe the
Your Honor, my understanding is that leave not to attend the second plea is for those who wish to excuse themselves. But if you believe that something important may happen here, you are advised to attend. You should attend. But for those who feel that they don't need to attend or are represented, that is their decision.
Let's take a vow of mention. Let's take a vow of mention. Let's take a mention 30 days away so that everybody knows when we are coming back. So we do the plea. Yeah, we take a mention. That's what I'm saying.
But the majority view seems to be that after that plea, we can then take a mention date in which any other housekeeping issues may be ironed out. But I can't advise somebody who is not my client on whether to attend the plea taking or not. But it is advisable. Lastly, Your Honor, on the issues of passports that my learned friend has raised, our presumption and our position is that everybody has not only a passport but several passports. And if somebody wishes to state that they don't have a passport, they are free to do so. But if it is discovered later on that they do have a passport, that is a ground for the revocation of the bail that they have been granted.
That's okay. That's fine.
or thereabout. So we adjourn.
This is NTV.
We won't stop until you recall everything. Why are you here, Ollie? Eva and I planned this trip together.
I thought the best man should win.
What do you think this is?
I need her. You don't.
I love her. You don't. You used to live here,
You
right?
really don't remember me? What's up with Eva? Why do we have similar stories? I want to know who's behind all this.
Boss, the kid's not here. Eva, what's wrong?
USIU Africa provides a world-class education that is dually accredited in Kenya and the United States. Apply now for the September 2019 intake and soar to greater heights with USIU Africa. Education to take you places.
Can I buy a chocolate, please? It's for my mom. Happy birthday, Mom.
Thank you, Bella. There's a class and a half in everyone.
Triple refined, zero cholesterol, and natural vitamin E. Fresh Fry, always heart friendly. Now it's even more cooking friendly. Fresh Fry, the premium cooking oil for healthy living.
Crazy without your friends. Drink Fanta. Tastes fun.
Saizi tunaishi kwa generation ya Lambalolo na Rieng.
Rieng makangoa, hii kurukaruka hapa ndio unaita Rieng. We, utaacha kunibishia mlango hivyo, umesikia wewe?
Na wewe utaacha kunibeba weri, sawa?
Nilikwambia hawezi kataa fame, nilikwambia.
Na by the way, madam, nikuulize, mzee anarudi lini?
The Real House Helps of Kawangware in association with Telkom.
Join Telkom today and share life on our expanded 4G network. Telkom, moving with you.
Si wacha niende hivi nikuletea hata kali katika hii. Wewe unataka nini?
Can I buy a chocolate, please? It's for my mom. Happy birthday, Mom.
Thank you, Bona. There's a class and a half in everyone.
Space out your studying. You learn more by studying a little every day instead of waiting to cram at the last minute. By studying every day, the material will stay in your long-term memory.
We believe every child is a promise of something great. We welcome you to our open day on the 3rd and 4th of August from 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. at our campus on Committee Road.
Join Telkom today and share life on our expanded 4G network. Telkom, moving with you.
Rough and tough quality textured coating gives your walls a tough and beautiful finish. Available in over 6,000 shades, it hides surface imperfections. Call us on 0709 887 000 to place your order. Crown. If you like it, crown it.
Wake up to nothing but the best in news, conversation starters, and hard-hitting interviews that keep you informed for the day ahead.
Up and early, 6 on the nose, these people don't sleep. Fix first the data protection law, then we come up with the number.
Exactly my question to CS Joe Mushero.
Welcome to Living with Us. I'm your host, Sharon Mundia. Boy, have you missed out.
Stop your wheel, game done.
Thank you for joining us on NTV today.
We have our reporters in different locations.
NTV is right here to bring you everything from the beginning to the end.
Hii ni NTV Sasa.
Kuna mambo mengi sana ambayo yanafanyika.
Sasa ni kumtuliza. Hii inaitwa sensory integration.
Shughuli pevu ya kudunda viwanjani rejea kwake
na kurudisha hapa studioni. Kuna mengi ambayo yanaendelea kujiri katika maeneo tofauti.
Tunavyoelewa nasema nini? Vimeundwa.
NTV in the morning. All you need to know to start your day. This is NTV.
A very good afternoon to you and welcome to this NTV News Update at 38 minutes past 1 o'clock. My name is Edmond Nyabola, and the National Treasury Cabinet Secretary Henry Rotich and his Principal Secretary Kamau Thuge have denied several charges of corruption-related crimes at the Anti-Corruption Court. The three are part of 12 accused persons who were arraigned over the Aror and Kimwarer dams scandal. The accused were taken into custody Monday after the DPP announced that there was enough evidence linking them to the loss of billions of shillings in that scandal. And Leila Mohammed has been covering the court proceedings this morning and the afternoon for us, and now joins us live from the Milimani Law Courts. Leila, what's happening over there right now?
Well, Edmond, there have been 4 cases. Case number 18, 19, 20, and 21. All 4 cases having more than 17 counts in charges for the 28 individuals, some of whom have not appeared in court this morning. But the main suspects, that is CS Henry Rotich and his PS Kamau Thuge, as well as various personnel from the KVDA, have answered to charges. They have denied all charges against them, and they are now waiting for after 4:30 to know whether they will be granted bail by the magistrates court here this particular morning. It's been a very long morning where all more than 30 counts have been read to the participants, some of the lawyers saying that some of those who have been accused with the CS are out of the country, some are unwell, and has requested, the DPP side has requested that most of them appear before the DCI by end of business Wednesday. Some have suggested a Thursday afternoon date, but those are some of the issues that will be taking into consideration in his ruling. So the Honorable Magistrate has said he will be available after 4:30, where he will make a decision on whether the accused will be available to be left out on bail. But the prosecution says they are not arguing towards them being released on bail. They just want some concerns taken care of. They want them to present their passports to the court, as well as ensure they do not go to their places of work and do not interfere with the case as it is running. There have been suggestions that within the next 21 days they are able to begin the pre-trial sessions. Edmond, it has been a very long session. Maybe I can take it back to you as we wait for the 4:30 p.m. timeline to hear the bail ruling.
Thank you so much, Leila Mohammed, live from the Milimani Law Courts, where she has given us a brief of what happened in the court proceedings earlier today. Some of the accused who appeared in court have denied the charges, and of course, as she said there, some were not in court, some are yet to report to the DCI as well. We understand some of them are actually out of the country and will do so upon returning into the country, as was said there by some of their lawyers. We'll be going back to Milimani Law Courts at 4:30 p.m. onwards to get to understand what then is decided when it comes to bail applications by the accused. Away from that, the case filed by governors at the Supreme Court over the stalemate between the National Assembly and the Senate regarding the division of a revenue bill will be heard next Wednesday. The Council of Governors and their parties involved in the case appeared before the Supreme Court today. Our reporter Vincent Odwor followed the proceedings and brings us up to date right now live from the newsroom. Vincent, what happened this morning?
Absolutely, the Council of Governors led by their chair, Wycliffe Oparanya, their lawyers, the lawyers representing the Commission of Revenue Allocation, lawyers representing the Office of the Attorney General, and also lawyers representing the Senate together with the National Assembly today appeared before Justice David Muranga at the Supreme Court, basically to put on the table their case regarding the stalemate between the National Assembly and the Senate over the division of revenue bill. Remember, the stalemate is still ongoing to the point that counties' resources that are supposed to go to the counties have not yet gone there. And remember, the point today is that they wanted the court to give them a hearing date, which we know will happen next week. But remember, this comes after the National Assembly republished the Division of Revenue Bill 2019 for it to be discussed again after failing to agree on the way forward or on the amount of money that should be allocated to the counties. And the lawyers representing the Senate and the National Assembly, while appearing before the court, they argued that there is no need for a date to be given on when the case should be heard, because they are saying the mediation that has been going on should be given opportunity for the parties involved to be able to engage and try to resolve this matter away from the court. And also they are arguing that really the issue of counties saying that right now operations are stalled at the counties is a lie, because they are saying, according to the Public Financial Management Act, it allows the county government to access at least 50% of their previous budget. And these are some of the arguments. And also they are saying that they should be allowed to put the new Division of Revenue Bill that has been republished into public engagement that is likely to happen next week. And therefore there is no need to really canvass the issue in court. And this is some of what the lawyers representing the National Assembly and the Senate said during today's morning session.
Both the National Assembly and the Senate have republished the Division of Revenue Bill, and it is scheduled to undergo public participation this week. My colleague here, Ms. Tanji, can confirm. And my Lord, I think that is the only form or way of engagement which you had directed. I confirm that there is an advert which has gone out to the public, and that public includes the Council of Governors, my Lord. So perhaps, I think, my Lord, give any time, because in our view, and that is what we have submitted, This is a political process which I think, my lord, with due respect, it may not be settled here.
Even if we go to the proposed method, what we can agree on is the quantum, but on the underlying legal issues, we propose that the court hear us and render an opinion.
On the other side, lawyers representing the governors or the Council of Governors and also the Commissioner of Revenue Allocation argued that this case should be allowed to go on and should be even be heard probably in next week, because they are arguing that the stalemate within the Senate and the National Assembly has caused operations at the counties to stall, because they are saying the counties have been staffed, there's no resources to run their operations. Also, another argument they put forward before Chief Justice David Muranga is that they are saying even though the mediation process is ongoing and even though the National Assembly wants the mediation to go on, they are saying the issues to do with mediation have no any impact on matters that have been put before the court, and therefore they are saying their case on how or their case wanting the Supreme Court to determine the issue should go on, because they are saying that is something that can go on without the issues to do with mediation interfering or having any impact, and therefore they want the case to be heard. And also they are saying this is something that it is high time the Supreme Court determine this matter, because they are saying the perennial stalemate between the Senate and the National Assembly has been, interfering with the operations in the counties, and it is high time the Apex Court gave a way forward in terms of an advisory opinion on issues to do with the division of revenue bill, because they're saying the National Assembly has been ignoring the Senate when it comes to passing of the division of revenue bill. And these are some of the arguments that were put forward by the lawyers.
My Lord, we need to proceed with the issues raised in the advisory opinion. If there are matters that can be resolved in another way other than through the proceedings of this court, I think parties are not stopped from proceeding. But I think the ideal thing, because there are matters that are still ongoing that have prejudice to the applicants and ourselves, our clients, I think in our mind it would be ideal that the court proceeds with a hearing on the advisory opinion.
We are at a situation that the Supreme Court is called upon to also guide the nation on certain parts, certain steps that we take, and usually instead of a step is a misstep.
The Chief Justice David Muranga, who presided over today's morning session, was very hesitant about this case. And according to Muranga, they had a meeting with the other judges of Supreme Court this morning, and unanimously agreed that such a case should not be brought before them, because it is a case that involves legislative process, and it is better be resolved by the Senate and the National Assembly instead of roping them in. And he has been very hesitant about this case, and even as he gave his direction that if they fail to agree, then they will have to hear the case next week on Wednesday. He told the parties before him that they should try as much as possible to resolve this stalemate among them, instead of really relying on the court and looking forward to canvass the issue before Supreme Court. And therefore, this is what Chief Justice Muranga said.
In the interim, I still urge the parties to negotiate an amicable settlement on all the issues in this reference. Please take time and, take this opportunity and discuss and see whether you can resolve the matter. If by next Wednesday there is nothing, come here ready at 9, we hear the matter and then make a decision. We have no other alternative.
Absolutely, this is a matter of a wait and see, because remember the Senate insists, there has to be more resources to the counties, because remember the Commissioner of Revenue Allocation had proposed counties to be allocated 335 billion shillings, while the National Assembly insisted on 310 billion shillings, while the Senate insisted after the mediation committee that the counties be given 327 billion shillings. And therefore, finally, we know the new Division of Revenue Bill proposes that the counties be given 316 billion shillings. And therefore, we are still at crossroads, and it is a matter of wait and see to see whether this issue will be resolved before the Supreme Court or the National Assembly and the Senate will be able to resolve this matter through the legislative process without roping in Supreme Court. This is something we are going to see how it goes on moving forward. For now, I'm taking you back to studio. My name is Vincent Odwor.
Thank you so much, Vincent, for that update. And indeed, we'll be following this story keenly up to Wednesday, when we expect that at least there will be a resolution between the two parties. If not, then the Supreme Court will have to make a decision on that. And staying with that same story, civil society organizations have called on President Uhuru Kenyatta to intervene in the division of revenue tussle that risks grinding essential services in the counties to a halt. This comes even as a case filed by governors and senators at the Supreme Court to seek judicial intervention and interpretation of the division of revenue process came up for a mention this morning. As Vincent has been saying, the governors and the senators want 335 billion shillings for the counties, while the National Assembly proposed an allocation of 316 billion shillings.
It is promising to be a busy day Tuesday as a case filed by governors and senators at the Supreme Court to seek judicial intervention and interpretation of the Division of Revenue process is mentioned. This follows the defeat of the Division of Revenue Bill after the Senate and the National Assembly failed to agree on how much money should be allocated to counties and the subsequent failure of a mediation between the two houses of Parliament. The civil society has also weighed in on the division of revenue stalemate.
But this is not a new problem, because unlike the provisions of the Constitution that require that government has a criteria that is agreed, whether it's using the level of inflation, whether it's using the revenue generated nationally as the basis for the growth of revenue, this has not happened.
The Senate is also expected to table and push a motion on the Division of Revenue Bill 2019-2020 through the first, second and third readings as they push for counties to be allocated 335 billion shillings against the 316 billion shillings proposed by the National Assembly.
With all eyes on the Supreme Court to give a way forward concerning this impasse, the civil society organization is calling on the president to intervene, calling this a political issue that needs a political solution.
So we are wondering, how can the government be shutting down? The budget process has effectively collapsed, and the president has not addressed the nation to this fact. This is unacceptable.
And call upon His Excellency the President Uhuru Kenyatta to move quickly to restore confidence of the citizens who have great confidence in seeing devolution working for them at their various counties, and of course his administration and its commitment to devolution and the implementation of the Constitution of Kenya 2010.
Kenya si nchi ya uongozi mmoja, ni ya ugatuzi, ni ya mazungumzo, mawasiliano na makubaliano. Tunaomba kwamba kuweze kuwekwa kamati ambayo ni huru, ambayo haiegemei upande wowote haraka iwezekanavyo, na budget zote hata zile za kitaifa zisimamishwe mpaka jambo hili lisuluhishwe.
Gladys Gashanje, NTV.
Away from the divisions of revenue, and a number of politicians and former heads of state corporations are on the list of persons who could replace Mohammed Swazuri as the chairperson of the National Lands Commission. The list includes former Kenya Revenue Authority Director General John Njiraini, former Nyeri Town Member of Parliament Esther Murugi, Land Development and Governance Institute Executive Director Mwenda Makathimo, Robert Kilimo, Patrick Adolwa and Hussein Farah, among others. Also nominated for appointment as commissioner include former South Mugirango Member of Parliament Omingo Magara, lawyer Katwa Kigen, Justice Chacha Mwita and Gumato Ukur Yatani. And to more appointments, the Judicial Service Commission has recommended the appointment of 11 judges to the Court of Appeal. Among those judges recommended for appointment include J.C. Lesit, George Odunga and Agre Muchelule. Chief Justice David Muranga says the appointment of the judges would raise the number required from the current 19 to 30 judges.
the Commission has concluded that the following are the most suitable candidates to be recommended for appointment in accordance with Part 3 of the first schedule of the Judicial Service Act. These are the Honorable Justice Tuyot Francis, the Honorable Lady Justice Omondi Helen, the Honorable Lady Justice Nyamweya Pauline, the Honorable Justice Korir Weldon, the Honorable Justice Musaga Mbogoli, the Honorable Justice Mucherule Agrey, Dr. Kibanya Laibuta, the Honorable Justice Lesit, the Honorable Justice Ngugi Mumbi, the Honorable Justice Odunga George, and the Honorable Justice Joel Ngugi. The Commission will forward the names to His Excellency the President for appointment.
The Mombasa County government has suspended the sale of red meat stored in local supermarkets. This directive comes after NTV's Red Alert expose, which highlighted supermarkets that were found selling contaminated meat with high sodium metabisulfite. The public health officers conducted an extensive inspection to various supermarkets such as Chandarana, Naivas and Tuskys, where meat samples were taken for testing at the government chemist here in Nairobi. Residents have now been cautioned to look for alternative meat consumption from butcheries that sell fresh meat until verification results are out. The crackdown will extend to hotels and other meat markets.
Kazi ambazo tunawaambia county government wa Mombasa iko chonjo. Tunataka kwamba kuhakikisha watu wetu wanapata nyama ambayo ni sahihi na ni nzuri kwa afya yao. Kwa hivyo uchunguzi unaendelea. Tumechukua samples, kwa sasa hatuna jawabu mpaka uchunguzi ufanywe. Tukishajua kama kweli ina chemichemi za kemikali, sasa hapo sheria itachukua mkondo wake.
And residents of Malili sub-location in Makueni County are fighting a rather bizarre crime. The residents claim there is a gang mimicking hyena sounds to scare away farmers in a bid to slaughter their cattle. The farmers say that hundreds of their livestock have been stolen in the recent past and others slashed to death by butchery machetes.
It all started in 2007 when thieves from Kilome in Makueni County adopted a strange style to steal livestock. They strike at around 2 a.m., mimicking a hyena's laugh. This instills fear to the residents who opt to remain indoors, thinking they have been invaded by hyenas. On Friday at around 1 a.m. in Kautandini village, 4 cows worth 200,000 shillings were slaughtered and their carcasses dumped in a bush. Another 5 cows worth 280,000 shillings from a different homestead were also slaughtered.
Nilipika nduru, nikapika simu ikaisha, nikaweka chini, nikachukua mdomo hii yangu, sauti, mimi mwenye sauti, nikapika duru kutoka kwangu mpaka huko Kautandini. Ndio wajamaa wote wakatoka. Ndio.
Apart from spreading fear, the thieves also mimic the hyena's sound to alert other members of the gang. Residents are frustrated at how the thieves are always set free when they capture them.
Tulienda kotini Kilungu. Tulienda kotini Kilungu. Tulikuwa na wezi watatu. Na tulikuwa tumeshika na ng'ombe vizuri sana. Na wakakumbali. Raundi ya mwisho walisema hawana imani na koti ya Kilungu. Wakauliza mwenye alikuwa amechukuliwa ng'ombe. Tukiambia koti wao ndio ulikuwa umetutuma, unaweza kumbali. Jaji akawaambia utakuja kujua baadaye, lakini hii ilisha hivyo.
Kuna watu wamekuwa wamaskini kwa sababu ya kuibiwa. Juzi jirani yangu hapa ameibiwa ng'ombe 7. Na silikuwa kubwa sana, ilikuwa huyo amepoteza karibu nusu milioni.
The county commissioner has banned transportation of meat between 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. around Makueni.
Hakuna mtu anaweza chinja ng'ombe 1, 2, 3, 4 hadi 6 hakiwa hana oda mahali popote. Hiyo sio ng'ombe ya kupeleka kwa butchery. Hiyo ni ng'ombe ambao iko na oda inapelekwa mahali inaenda kuuzwa.
Wizi wa ng'ombe itafika kikomo kuanzia leo. Na mimi sitaki kusikia ng'ombe imeibiwa, nataka kusikia wenye wameiba, hata kama itazidi wafanyiwe kazi.
Elders from the Akamba community are threatening to use a traditional way of cursing the thieves. Sharon Baranga, NTV.
Well, how about that? Mimicking hyena sounds to steal, wonders really shall never cease. But away from that, the Kenya Power and the Kenya Pipeline Company are set to evict residents in Mukuru kwa Ruben, Mukuru kwa Njenga and Sinai slums in Nairobi on top of a pipeline and overhead power lines. Assistant County Commissioner James Wanyoike has warned residents to stay at least 20 meters away from the high voltage power lines and also allow officials from KPC and Kenya Power to pull down the structures they currently live in.
We are the power! We are the solution! We are the solution!
They have said that they are supposed to be 20 meters away from the line. It's a high voltage line, it's 20 meters away from the line. So those people who are encroached on the line, they are supposed to also to move. There are people who are residing, they have their residential houses, the semi-structures under the power line, which is also very dangerous. And Kenya Power is going to come in time and pull down the structures.
When the government wants to come on the ground, let them come and talk to us. We want to be talked to. We have solutions. The next time they will come with bulldozers. The bulldozers are not coming to solve the matter.
A movement for residents of Ortum, Chekomos, Empok and Kirich areas in West Pokot County will be made easier once a crucial link road is completed. The construction of the road, which involved blasting part of a hill, was supervised by Governor John Lonyangapuo, who welcomed the major breakthrough.
For decades, traveling has been a nightmare for residents in some rural areas in West Pokot due to the steep hillsides that form the landscape. The road is such an important part of the infrastructure that residents slaughtered a bull to celebrate and bless the construction. The new road, which is 150 kilometers from Kapenguria town, will enable residents transport their farm produce easily.
Inasaidia wamama kwa sababu hii barabara ikifanyika inasaidia wamama kutoka huko Graft kupeleka hospitali kupitia njia ya RT.
Inasaidia watu yangu kabisa. Kama na kuuza mahindi yao naweza kusafirisha kupitia hapa, hata chakula yao ukienda kununua mbegu nini, hata wanyama anaweza kupitika hapa.
Na huku chakula ni nzuri sana. Na maendeleo ni mingi sana. Malaria ni kidogo pande hii. Magonjwa ni chache. Watu watakuwa endelea vizuri sana tukiwaletea maendeleo ya kwanza wanahitaji ni barabara.
The governor faulted underfunding of the road sector as an impediment to growth and a hindrance to service delivery. The governor noted that marginalized counties continue to grapple with many problems, most of them related to transportation and infrastructure.
Hiyo simiti ya 680 shillings makuta inauzwa karibu 2,000 hapa milima. Na close to 800 shillings inaenda kwa transport ama saidi. Sababu nabeba na kichwa ama punda ama mkongo.
Nayuma Sampao, NTV.
To a bit of business now, a national carrier Kenya Airways has announced changes to some of the frequencies for its popular destinations in order to take advantage of the high season for tourists. KQ has increased frequencies to Mombasa, Zanzibar and Kilimanjaro for the months of July and August. The coastal city of Mombasa will see an increase of 2 flights to make it 12 daily flights from Nairobi. The airline will also increase the capacity for passengers traveling for leisure by operating the Boeing 737-800 to Livingstone, Victoria Falls and Cape Town. The changes are aimed at maximizing revenue for the airline. The airline has also increased the frequency of flights to Amsterdam, Paris, Bujumbura and Cape Town. In the last financial year, KQ served an average of 13,258 passengers daily compared to 12,484 the previous year. And beyond our borders, and the Democratic Republic of Congo's health minister has resigned, citing his removal as the head of his country's Ebola response team and concerns over a proposed experiment with a new unlicensed vaccine. His resignation comes after the Vuhesi Health Center, an Ebola treatment center in the DRC, was attacked on Saturday night by unknown bandits setting off a fire. According to the manager, the center served at least 25 people daily, and the whole community is at a loss. He's now calling upon the government to ensure the safety of health workers in the area, who in the past few days have been threatened by strangers because of their involvement in the Ebola response. Since August last year, Ebola has killed more than 1,700 people in the Democratic Republic of Congo in more than 2,500 reported cases. Staying beyond the borders, and India's history-breaking journey to land on the moon's south pole shot off yesterday quite literally. The monumental Chandrayaan-2 rocket, which is the most powerful India has ever used, was halted on July 15th after a technical hitch. However, the successful launch yesterday left citizens, more so Indian nationals, bursting with pride as millions of audiences watched it happen live all around the world.
Loud cheers engulfed the Satish Dhawan Space Center in the Sri Harikota Island in India. Spectators gleefully watched the phenomenal launch of the Chandrayaan-2, which is India's second space mission. For some, the excitement was in the detail of the launch.
Pretty well experienced on coming, although it was called off on 15 July. But this time it was really fantastic. The solid propellant, that sound that was coming from inside, that was really fantastic. And we witnessed, I'm proud to be Indian, that's why.
India is further making history as the project is being led by two women for the first time. Mudaya Vanitha, the project director, and Ritu Karidal, the mission director.
Today is a historical day for space and science and technology in India. I am extremely happy to announce that GSLV Mark III vehicle successfully injected Chandrayaan-2 in the defined orbit. In fact, the orbit is 6,000 kilometers more than what our internet is better.
The journey will take 6 weeks until the landing can be made.
Away from that, and anti-racism groups have held a demonstration against Britain's potential next Prime Minister Boris Johnson. Dozens gathered outside 10 Downing Street to denounce Johnson's history of racist and Islamophobic comments, likening his bigoted rhetoric to that of US President Donald Trump. The former London mayor, who charms and alarms colleagues in equal measure, is widely expected to beat Foreign Secretary Jeremy Hunt when the results are declared. But the incoming Prime Minister faces exactly the same set of circumstances, if not worse, with Parliament deadlocked as the Brexit deadline looms. The governing party's new leader will take over from Theresa May as Prime Minister on Wednesday. On that note, let's shift gears to sports with Sean Gatovilis.
Thank you very much, and a very good afternoon to you. Now, the national men's basketball team, the Kenya Morans, will face Ivory Coast tonight in a round of 16 match at the ongoing Africa Basket Championship, the AfroBasket, and it's taking place in Bamako, Mali. Kenya drew the West Africans to finish bottom of Group A after losing all their matches. Kenya, who had lost the opening match 65 points to 82 to the Democratic Republic of Congo, secured a deserved 81-69 victory over fancied Nigeria in their second match. The other last 16 matches will see Morocco play Guinea, Algeria face Nigeria, and Egypt take on Chad. The four winners will join Angola, the Democratic Republic of Congo, Mali and Tunisia in the quarterfinals of the championship.
Wake up to nothing but the best in news, conversation starters, and hard-hitting interviews that keep you informed for the day ahead.
Up and early, 6 on the nose, these people don't sleep. Fix first the data protection law, then we come up with the Exactly my question to CS Joe Mushero.
Welcome to Living with This. I'm your host, Sharon Mundia. Boy, have you missed out.
Stop your wheel, game done.
Thank you for joining us on NTV today.
We have our reporters in different locations.
NTV is right here to bring you everything from the beginning to the end.
Hii ni NTV sasa.
Kuna mambo mengi sana ambayo yanafanyika.
Sasa ni kumtuliza. Hii inaitwa sensory integration.
Shughuli pevu ya kudunda viwanjani narejea kwake
na kurudisha hapa studioni.
Kuna mengi ambayo yanaendelea kujiri katika maeneo tofauti.
Tunavyoelewa nasema nini? Vimeundwa.
NTV in the morning. All you need to know to start your day.
Nilizae kama jalema.
Serikali leta dawa gani?
It's almost a year, nothing has been done.
I just need some form of information.
Dr. Mugo Wairimu first hit the headlines when a video clip showing him raping an unconscious female patient in his clinic.
Wale wanaohusika pia wanajulikana lakini hawashikwi.
With the puzzle surrounding the sugar saga yet to be cleared.
How many times were you sexually abused?
Like 3 times.
How was a convicted child molester allowed to set up a children's home in the country?
NTV News. Bold, balanced, authoritative.
Where are we headed as a country?
Every time we make a step forward, we do 2 backwards.
Any fool with huge amounts of money can be president of this country. It is no longer about service.
Why can't we move these people out and find somebody who can make the right decision for the country?
You're the experts, you can tell me.
We have to change the way we arrive at our leaders. We have to.
Organized crime, terrorism, and corruption, they're really siblings.
We don't need 10 cases. We just need 2 cases done properly, and it will serve a lesson.
Justice can only be found if I prosecute what I have claimed, bring the evidence, and say this man is guilty.
AM Live, every weekday morning on NTV.
Na imekuwa ni ada, desturi na mazoea kwa Wakenya wengi kula, kulala, kuvaa na kupiga gumzo la siasa.
Masuala ya biashara, uvumbuzi, teknolojia na ubunifu. Muhimu ni
hela. Wajua pesa zilivunja milima. Vipi uachwe nyuma na uwezo unao?
Maendeleo ya binadamu au taifa hayawezekani bila afya.
Kwa ajili ya siha yako tukutane kwa mijadala kuhusu afya bora.
Kama jamii tuna mengi ya kujivunia katika kila nyanja. Maishani kuna mitindo, desturi na hali tofauti za kufaana na kufanana.
Mwisho wa wiki ni mikiki. Iwe viwanjani au majukwaani, burudani halikosekani. Na unapofurahia mikiki, upo udaku sasa. Ilishaeleweka na bado kitaendelea kueleweka.
Everyone has a desire.